Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to greet you at our meeting, Bridges for the Future, Polish and Ukrainian Science for Democracy Development. To begin, I would like to warmly greet the first Secretary of the Embassy of Ukraine to Poland, Mykola Hranovsky. We are pleased to welcome representatives from Polish scientific community. A special thanks to our laureates, and of course a big thank you to all our guests and participants for being here. We are thrilled to have you with us. A warm welcome as well to all participants joined online. Now it's my pleasure to invite the President of the Board of Foundation for Polish Science, Professor Maciej Żylić.
So, first of all, I would like to welcome all of you. And we are not so official usually at Foundation. This is why we should probably think about the aim of this meeting. Mostly, I remember more than 3 years ago when there was unpredictable invasion of Russia to the Ukraine. Our foundation, the board, and other personnel of the foundation decided to open a special program. This was some kind of the solidarity with this what's happening in Ukraine. And we opened something which we thought is very important at this very moment, and unfortunately still important now. We did not predict that this will happen and will last for more than 3 years. We decided to open a program of mutual collaboration between the Polish groups and Ukrainian groups on the humanities and social sciences. And this was, for us, a very unusual thing. Usually we are supporting the collaboration in physics, biology, and things like this. So this was a brave movement in this direction. And every year we appointed at least 2-3 groups, which are collaborating, and those groups collaborate in the area of economics, sociology, law, political science, cultural studies, and psychology. And the main goal is to build a civil society in both countries. Remember, 3 years ago, we have our own problems, let's say this carefully, in building the civil society. So I think, so this program is devoted to building and development on civil society, democracy, European integration, and security. These are the subjects of the collaboration, and today we will hear what was achieved, what could be achieved, and what could be even better than it is now. So once again, thank you for coming, and especially I am very pleased that our friends and collaborators from Ukraine are with us. I know it's tough for them to travel, but we really appreciate your presence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor, for an insightful speech, important initiative, and support for Ukrainian scientific community. Now, I'd like to invite the first Secretary of the Embassy of Ukraine to Poland, Mykola Hranovsky, please.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Dear organizers and participants of Bridges for the Future, Polish and Ukrainian Science for Democracy and Development. Dear representatives of academic circles in Poland, Ukraine, and other countries of the world. On behalf of the Embassy of Ukraine to the Republic of Poland, I would like to congratulate these organizers and participants of today's important international event, dedicated to demonstrating the results of Polish-Ukraine scientific cooperation, as well as discussing such important issues related to the development of civil society, democracy, European integration, and security. This is important for both of our countries, especially today. I would like to express a special words of gratitude to Dr. Maciej Żylicz, President of the Board of Foundation for Polish Science, who organized powerful financial support for Ukrainian scientists within the framework of the For Ukraine program. It's unprecedented, especially today, in the context of full-scale Russian aggression against Ukraine. This is a vivid example for the development of civil society and solidarity of the Polish scientific community. Thank you for your efforts. Thank you for your open hearts. I very much hope that the program aimed at direct support of scientists from Ukraine representing social sciences and humanities will be successfully extended. Dear partners, dear friends, thank you for your support and collaboration. Together, we will definitely win. And I wish you interesting and meaningful discussion within the framework of today's agenda. And thank you so much for attention. I jeszcze kilka słów. Jeszcze raz chcę powiedzieć, panie prezesie, panie Macieju, dziękuję bardzo za wasze serce, za wsparcie, za obojętność, za to, że od początku pełnoskalowej agresji Rosji przeciwko Ukrainie jesteście z nami. Ta pomoc naprawdę nie ma precedensu. I chcę jeszcze raz podziękować na wszystkich takich wydarzeniach. Dziękuję Polsce, dziękuję Polakom za tą wyciągniętą pomocną dłoń. Ukraińcy o tym będą pamiętali zawsze. Zawsze. Ja zawsze mówię, że niech żyje Polska. I sława Ukrainie!
Thank you, First Secretary, for your words. They are truly valued. And as the Polish and Ukrainian scientific communities have a strong history of collaboration. Continuing on the topic, I would like to take a moment and to talk about Polish-Ukrainian cooperation, particularly within the For Ukraine program. In response to the tragic events in Ukraine, the Foundation for Polish Science, in the gesture of solidarity with Ukrainian scientific community, decided to launch a new initiative, the Polish-Ukrainian Cooperation Program in 2022. The program is aimed at supporting scientists from Ukraine, representing social sciences and humanities in the implementation of joint scientific projects, together with scientists from Poland that will deepen the knowledge of issues connected with the development of civil society, democracy, European integration and security. The project must concern matters important to both countries. 2 calls were held in 2022, and the Foundation funded 6 projects. The first call was announced on March 1st, the 1st of March, which was really quick response. We received 73 applications and funded 3 projects. I will not go into detail about the projects, but like project coordinator, I'd like to share some thoughts on their impact. 24th February 2022, 5 a.m., testimonies from war. This was one of the most important and intimidating projects. Thanks to the testimonies of witnesses, history is being documented. However, this project is not just about past. It will also have an impact on the future. The full effect of this work will be understood later. The certain conclusions will be made. I'm sure Natalia will share some outcomes about the project, archive, and the book. Strengthening people's commitment to volunteering for refugees from Ukraine, motivations of volunteers and intentions behind volunteering, the role of psychological and social factors. It's hard to comment on this project as Ukraine has become a hub for volunteering, with many people similar to Poland having experience in this field. However, I can say that this project is very meaningful for those working in humanitarian aid, especially given the burnout often experienced in this area. One of the key aspects of the project is the recommendation to integrate volunteering into university educational system. I believe this is an important step toward building a stronger civil society in both Ukraine and Poland. From discourse of Europeans to European Union membership, integration narratives in Poland and Ukraine in comparative perspective, merging theoretical and utilitarian approach. Unfortunately, the coordinators Mykola Rabczuk and Sławomir Lukasiewicz were unable to attend today's meeting due to personal reasons. European membership is one of the topics most relevant to Ukraine. Since June 2022, Ukraine has official European Union candidate status. I would like to share my enthusiasm for the conference from negotiations to integration, the Polish experience of the accession process and the path to Ukrainians' membership in the European Union, which took place in Poland, in Lublin last year. The coordinators managed to gather top experts from both Poland and Ukraine. It was truly inspiring to hear the insights and challenges faced by those who were directly involved in the negotiation process when Poland was joined the European Union. However, it was also a reminder how much work we still have ahead of us, especially in these circumstances. The researchers have published several articles in the field, which is definitely a significant contribution to European studies. Here is a distribution based on the laureates' affiliations. In terms of locations, we have 2 projects from Warsaw and 1 from Lublin. Regarding Ukraine, the Western region is the most represented in this call. And here are some outcomes of the project implementation. The second call was announced in the same year. This time, 101 applications were submitted, making it challenging to select the top 3. We can say that topics related to communications and education were the most relevant to this call. A role of policy communication, tools and effects during the war, the case of Ukraine and Poland. As philologist and historian of Baroque literature, I'm so far from the world of numbers and banking systems. However, there is no doubt that National Bank of Poland achieved something remarkable. Within a month of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, the National Bank of Ukraine, in cooperation with the National Bank of Poland, launched a cash hryvnia to Polish zloty exchange program in Poland. The program grew rapidly to an unprecedented scale and was implemented alongside 9 other European banks. Professor Magdalena Szyszko I will share some details about communication campaigns and strategies used. Democratic values in educational practice, the extended presence of Ukrainian children and youth in Polish schools after the 24th of February 2022. This was one of the most challenging projects, as during its implementation, significant changes occurred in the Polish educational system, aimed to facilitating the integration of Ukrainian children. I had the opportunity to attend several meetings where Professor Fedorovich invited not only researchers from his field, but also representatives from local NGOs and researchers and staff from that have intercultural assistance as part of their staff, as well as teachers from both Ukrainian and Polish schools. This ensured that the project addressed both its theoretical aspects and the practical realities of implementing the system and procedures. Visual narratives of civil society, the modern Ukraine project. What stood out to me the most was the lack of information about mentalities, cultures, and mindsets between two neighboring countries can serve a powerful tool for creating hostility. In today's world of digital communication, this is especially alarming. Here, the distribution based on laureates' affiliations and capitals are leading locations in this call. And some results of the project implementation. The next call was announced exactly after the year of Russian invasion. 82 applications were submitted. Funding support was granted to 3 projects. Rule of law and independent judiciary, major challenges for Ukraine and Poland in the context of European Union integration. Continuing with Ukrainian's European Union membership process, it was a fascinating situation where Ukraine was, still is, one step away from joining the European Union, while Poland could have been one step away from leaving it. It was interesting to hear how this operates at the legal level. I should also point out that this project extended beyond the strictly bilateral Polish-Ukrainian cooperation, as it included experts from other countries. Welcome to Polscha, analysis of the integration of young Poles and Ukrainians after the 24th of February 2022, for encouraging the adaptation of Ukrainian students in Poland. It's widely recognized that Ukrainian students form a significant part of the international student community in Poland. According to the Polish Institute of International Affairs, Ukrainian students accounted for approximately 43% of all international students in the 2023-2024 academic year. This research aimed to evaluate the knowledge and perceptions of young Poles about Ukrainians and Ukraine seeking to gain a deeper understanding of the actual level of awareness among Polish academic youth regarding their neighbors and their culture. The findings were quite unexpected. Professor Gietka will provide further insights into the research process, the surveys and fascinating guide to Polish and Ukrainian history and culture during the next part of our meeting. Determinants of labor market performance and well-being of high-skilled Ukrainian refugees in Poland. 3 weeks ago, at the invitation of Professor Piotr Stanek, I attended the scientific seminar, Ukrainian Forced Migrants and Refugees in Central and Eastern Europe, Observations and Lessons at Krakow University of Economics. One key insight from the seminar was that over 40–50% if I'm not mistaken, of Ukrainians in Poland are employed in jobs below their qualification level. The primary reason is that many still view their stay as temporary, making them hesitant to invest time or money in professional development. The project aims to develop recommendations that will benefit not only Poland's economy, but also other host countries and, in the long run, Ukraine itself. This is distribution based on the laureates affiliation. And as we said, second capitals are the leading location in this call. And some effects of the project implementation. In 2024, we implemented some changes based on our assessment and conversations with the Ukrainian scientific community, focusing more on young researchers or who are just starting their scientific careers. An important issue we tried to address was the limited opportunities for travel abroad, especially for men. We have two projects, winning projects, activating change, improving youth civic engagement among forced migrants and internally displaced population in Poland and Ukraine. And I survived the Nazis, I will survive the Russians, the Second World War and the Holocaust in the current Ukrainian discourse on the ongoing Russian-Ukrainian war. Since the project only started a few months ago, it's a bit early to tell much. Today we will hear directly from the project leaders about what they achieved so far. When it comes to the distribution of laureates affiliation, Warsaw continues to lead in Poland, while Ukraine is represented by two cities on opposite ends of the country, Uzhhorod and Kharkiv. And announcements about the winner projects. The winning projects are distributed among scientific fields with cultural studies and sociology being the leading ones. And here's the laureate's origin. I mentioned the changes we made to the regulations of the fourth edition. I would also like to emphasize the importance of supporting young researchers with limited opportunities to go abroad. This is crucial important. They will be the generation which will rebuild society after victory. And instead of summarizing the effects of the 4 calls, we have 11 grants. We've supported 22 scientists. We received 326 applications from 9 cities. We supported 9 Polish scientific institutions and 10 Ukrainian ones. And in current costs, it's almost 3 million zloty. And, of course, we received a lot of new collaborations and ideas for future research projects. Just last but not least, the 5th call is launching in 2 days. And we are organizing a webinar for potential participants. Don't forget to save the dates. And since this call is supporting mission, we initiated a fundraising campaign. Last year, thanks to funds from Polish businesses, we were able to bring an extra help, Ukrainian PhD students who got involved in the project. It gave them a chance to learn more about the European research system, grant system, and gain some amazing experience working with elite researchers. Meet our laureates. See you if you can guess who is Ukrainian and who is Polish one. Thank you. Okay. As continuing with our agenda, I'm pleased to invite the moderator of the first panel, Polish-Ukrainian Research Collaboration, Addressing Challenges in Times of War and Exploring Future Direction, the president of the Pottery Foundation, Edwin Bendik. Please.
Good morning, everybody. I'm very pleased to have this opportunity to moderate this first panel of our conference. Thanks for invitation to take part in this important event, and let me invite splendid panelists who will take part in this discussion. So, Ms. Agata Wierzbowska-Miazga, please come up to the stage. Ms. Wierzbowska-Miazga is the President of Management Board of Leaders of Change Foundation. Morning. Wherever you like. And I take this place, okay. Okay. And then in alphabetic order, Dr. Piotr Kępski, Director of the Office of Programs for Institutions from the Polish National Agency for Academic Exchange. Please take your seat. Professor Marek Konarzewski, President of the Polish Academy of Sciences. Welcome. And last but not least, Professor Henryk Litwin, historian from University of Warsaw, but also a diplomat who served many years as an ambassador in Kyiv. Welcome, Professor. We'll be talking about extremely important topic of Polish-Ukrainian cooperation in the field of science, and let me explain myself because I am personally not a scientist, and my organization is also not directly involved in supporting scientific research or scientific cooperation. Stefan Batory Foundation is rather involved in something Mr. President Żylic said, is in supporting civic society and cooperation between civic society in Poland and Ukraine. But we know how science is important in understanding development of society and how to build resilience we can see in Ukraine, and to understand how it's possible that Ukrainian society can resist this awful aggression. We have to refer to scientific studies. So because of that, 3 weeks ago, my organization, together with Institute of Sociology of the National Academy of Science of Ukraine, organized a conference between Polish and Ukrainian social scientists to talk about solidarity and resilience of society, and to better understand what's going on in Ukraine. And we realized that Ukraine can be and should be a field of so that we can learn a lot from there, how to build structures of resilience, how to keep all these, how to stick to values, democratic values, for example. It's incredible that in times of so huge material deprivation, Ukrainians still believe in democracy as the best framework for governing and so on. So science is really one of the, I would say, part of this war effort needed to win, and of course we need science and understand what's going on, not only in the battlefield, use science to develop new warfare technologies, but also we know that this war is about everything, also about society, about culture. So the culture and for example, the issue of decolonization and relations between Ukraine and Russian Empire is of crucial importance, and understanding these relations is part of the war effort, I would say, of scientific circles in Ukraine. So all of this is extremely important to understand how it's going on. And of course, Poland has always played an important role in the field of cooperation between Polish and Ukrainian scientists, and time of war changed a little bit the way of these cooperations and changed perception of needs and so on, but still this cooperation is strong, and I hope that we can talk about this during our panel, and let's do this in this way, that in the first round I ask my guests to sketch kind of a map of involvement of your institutions in the field of in this field of cooperation, and after that we will go more in details, and in the last part of our discussion I will expand the discussion toward audience, asking you to add your impressions. But let's begin from, let's say, the broader view, and I'd like to ask Professor Konarzewski, President of the Academy of Science, what's how this topic looks from the perspective of your organization. It's working here.
Okay, thank you very much for the invitation. To make a long story short, everything is in the book as usual, so we are more than welcome to pick up. I have a few copies with me, and everything related to our cooperation with Ukraine is in this information. In the nutshell, over 3 years we distributed over 40 million zlotys in the aid for Ukraine, and the support came from over 40 donors, mostly from the United States, chiefly from the US Academy of Sciences, but not only. And we supported over 350 individual Ukrainian scientists in different programs. So this is a really, I would say, a very strong support, not only within Poland, but Europe, from the European perspective as well. We have Professor Jerzy Duszyński with us, who leads this effort on behalf of the Academy, as well as Mateusz Biała, the director of our station in Kiev. So you are more than welcome to contact both gentlemen later on and learn the details. So we started this at the very beginning in 2022, right after the invasion. And we continue this to this day, and we will continue this in the future. But of course, it all depends on the financial support, which is drying out, unfortunately. So our major concern is to keep the Ukrainian agenda afloat, both in Poland and in Europe and worldwide. And this is our task, and I believe that the Academy can do this job with your support. Let me also remind you, and this is my privilege to remind you, that Professor Maciej Żylicz and Professor Szwajkowska-Kolińska are also the members of the Polish Academy. So we are all in a big academical family. So that's in a brief sketch, as you wished.
Okay, thanks a lot, Professor. But if you could add something, because you talked a lot about help your Polish Academy of Science provide to Ukrainian scientists and academicians. But what about scientific cooperation? Is it also going on in this time?
It goes hand in hand. In our major effort, which is dubbed long-term program, we support joint Ukrainian-Polish scientific teams, and the key of this program is to support the Ukrainians within Ukraine, collaborating with Ukrainians embedded in the institutes of Polish Academy of Sciences. So, as you see, we do our best to prevent the brain drain in the first place, and also to sustain Ukrainian scientific effort within Ukraine. Mm-hmm. So these institutions will be alive and ready to be rebuilt right after the war. And that was our strategic decision at the very beginning. not to just support the Ukrainians that left the country for obvious reasons, but also support, first and foremost, support them, those that stayed at home, and gave them the lifeline to scientific community abroad, particularly in Poland. So I think that worked well, and that was something that I think was a success. The other part that is still ahead of us, and let me signal this right now, and I'll be happy to come back to this issue, is how to help the Ukrainians to rebuild their scientific research institutions after the war. Because I think this is the huge challenge, and the challenge that has not been addressed yet. This is not only people, but also institutions. And this is something that I think will be the next step in our collaboration and support for Ukraine.
Okay, thank you. So we will come back to this issue of the future challenges in the next step of our discussion. So now I'd like to ask Dr. Kępski about the perspective of your institutions. You are doing having a lot of programs concerning cooperation with Ukraine. So if you could tell us a little bit about this.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting NAVA to this conference. Our agency also responded very quickly to the aggression on the Ukraine. In March 22, we launched a program. All our activities were under the umbrella of Solidarity for Ukraine programs. And the first response was just to support individuals. So it was a very quick and ad hoc answer to the needs, burning needs in 2022. And we launched the program Solidarity with Ukraine students and also scientists. So we supported in terms of scholarships more than 1,700 Ukrainians. Mostly it were students to enable them studying in Poland. A lot of them, majority of them were refugees at that time. So we make for them possible to continue their studies. Of course, some of them also needed support in terms of learning Polish. Because they didn't intend to come to Poland, but due to the war they had to. So many of them had no contact to Polish language, no Polish origin, etc. So they had to also learn Polish. So it was a huge support. I think almost 2,000 persons were supported at that time. And then when the war continued, we realized that we need also some, let's say, more institutional support. So then we launched in 2023 and in 2024, we launched two calls, Solidarity with Ukraine, under so-called European Universities program. So there is a European initiative, so-called European Alliances, so Alliances of European Universities. And it is a very popular initiative in Poland. We have over 30 Polish universities that participate in over 60 European universities. And through this Polish participant in European universities, in alliances of European universities, we channeled, we launched two calls. We channeled in the first call 15 million zlotys and in the second call 17 million zlotys. And it was the support for inviting and engaging Ukrainian universities in cooperation not only with Polish universities but also with the European partners. So this was really a step to network Ukrainian universities with European partners vis-a-vis. And so the program made possible to support various activities. Majority of them were mobilities from Ukraine, so over 406,000 Ukrainian students and academics and researchers came to Poland, mainly to Poland, but also they took part, for example, in international conferences in Europe. There were some projects, a lot of projects involved, for example, summer schools or winter schools, or there were also projects related to preparing and implementing new didactic materials, didactic methods and tools for Ukrainian universities. So it was a very successful program. And of course, there were, as I mentioned, there were mobilities. Majority of them, almost 90%, were short-term mobilities to Poland. And of course, there were meetings, a lot of project meetings, preparing various collaborations. So we received a very positive feedback after these two calls. But the calls ended in December 2024. So now we don't have a specific dedicated program only to Ukraine, but Ukrainian partners can participate in various NAVA programs. For example, I can manage, we have a call lasting until 8th of May in the program called PROM in Polish. So this is a ferry program in English. And Ukrainian students, PhD students and researchers can come to Poland for short-term mobilities up to 30 days. It is an institutional program, so if there is a cooperation between Polish and Ukrainian research or academic entity, Ukrainians can, for example, come to Poland.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Let me ask another question. So comparing Polish engagement in this field to engagement of other European institutions, so how do you think, is there anything specific or unique in Polish activities? How do you see this?
Well, it's for sure Poland was one of the first countries that reacted, and we really the response was very intense in terms of numbers of persons that were supported, and also in terms of budget. Of course, Poland is not the richest country in European Union, but relatively our support was quite intense. I know that Baltic countries and Finland were quite active in supporting Ukraine, and also Germany. I know that DAAD, so it is a kind of mirror agency as NAVA in Germany, that they have had the programs, and also in 2024 they launched a new program for supporting Ukraine. So I think these countries were in European Union, they were the most active.
Okay, thanks a lot. Ms. President, so let's go to your foundation, and then if you could introduce your institutions and what you are doing in the field. It should work.
Okay, thank you. Maybe for start, I would like to mention that I was also a civic society observer during the selection committee in this for Ukraine program. I would like to mention it not just because it was an interesting experience for me, but I think that it's a very good practice that we have this synergy. And during each meeting, one person from Polish civic society and one person for Ukrainian civic society side was present, and we were asked to give our perspective for the finalists. Leaders of Change Foundation managed two programs, the Lane Kirkland Scholarship Program and the Tours to Poland. And in the frame of both of them, we have a large offer for Ukraine. What concerns the Lane Kirkland Scholarship Program, sitting next to Mr. Kempski, I need to underline that we are founded by Polish-American Freedom Foundation, but also co-financed in the by NAVA, which help us to make more. The Lane Kirkland Scholarship Program is an offer for young scientists from Eastern Europe, South Caucasus, and Central Asia states to spend 1 year at Polish universities, realizing their individual scientific program under Polish tutor supervising, let's say. And we compose academic program with practical internship in different Polish institutions. How it works, I think that the good example is Professor Trychlip, present here with her tutor from the time of being Kirkland scholar, and who were together the winner of one of the grant in for Ukraine program. We offer also Kirkland research scholarships. They are 1 semester scholarship only for individual research. And this program is created for a person with as minimum doctor PhD title. And during after the start of full-scale invasion, we additionally open a special research program for only for Ukrainian researchers as an answer for the needs. We have in both programs we have more than 1,000 alumni, and almost 50% of them are Ukrainians. This is one program, and the second one, the Tours to Poland. We offer study visits for professionals from also for all this region I mentioned before, and during. We offer these visits for different group of professionals who want to inspire themselves by Polish experience in the, say, adequate institution in Poland. And lately we decided, after consultation with our partner, Fulbright Commission in Kiev, that we would like to continue their project to support and to empowering those universities who were relocated from the occupied zone. and we organized for them 3 visits in Poland for the management of the universities to show how Polish universities the most modern way of teaching those disciplines who are the most needed for the Ukraine renewal. And one of these visits was realized by with cooperation with Foundation of Polish Rectors at Warsaw University. And one of the places visited was School of Good Education. It's also the example of the cooperation between university and Polish-American Freedom Foundation. And after this visit, we decided to answer the need to develop this direction of let's say, actualization of pedagogy and preparing of future teachers. And now we are preparing the series of visits for now for the specialists on this, let's say, academic programs, etc. And it's the last what I want to say now, that we are, let's say, proud, but we honor that the recruitment for this, the person who is responsible for the recruitment to this program is Lila Hryniewicz, former Ministry for Education of Ukraine, and also Lane Kirkland Scholarship Program alumna. So it's also kind of, let's say, post-scholarship, postgraduate cooperation between us.
Mm-hmm. Indeed, it's really impressive what you are doing. I need to ask this question. You mentioned that you are founded by Polish-American Freedom Foundation. You are supported by NAVA, but generally, how do you get resources enough to these 2 organizations, or how do you, because you need to finance all of this, what you are doing?
Especially sitting next to my sponsor, I can answer only not. It's not always enough, because we are ready and we are able to do more. But
okay, so
but hopefully and fortunately, we are not directly dependent from American budget. If you ask me about the situation with American funds now.
No, okay, so hopefully it's not the case, because we have many organizations who are coming to us asking for help because of this disruption in support from the American side. But let's move to Professor Litvin. And as I know, you bring us the perspective of the Center for the East European Studies of the University of Warsaw, but don't hesitate to bring also your personal perspective, because you are one of the best experts on Ukraine. And as I know, you are still quite active in cooperation with Ukrainian colleagues. You are traveling there in spite of the war, so please also share your personal experiences.
Thank you very much. I think experience of Center for East European Studies is more important. In fact, and I should say a few words about this institution, maybe not such well known as the Polish Academy of Sciences. Our center is Warsaw University structure, and offers simply bachelor's, master's, and postgraduate studies. But we also publish several scientific journals and monograph series. I recommend you, by the way. Maybe you know Przegląd Wschodni, Obóz, Nowy Prometeusz in Polish, and Warsaw East European Review in English.
But in fact, our most important activity is creating the infrastructure of scientific contacts and relations with our neighbors from across eastern border, Lithuania, Belarus, but first of all, Ukraine. And from the beginning of the activity of CES, so from mid-90s, Ukraine is the most important field of our research, and at the same time, Ukraine institutions, academic institutions, are the most important partners of our institution. I should say maybe that it was Jan Malicki, our director, who was invited to this conference, but due to health reasons, he was unable to come today to the conference. So he asked me to tell you about CES activities. Frankly speaking, I think it's impossible to replace Jan Malicki.
I agree.
But one can try. I'm his old colleague. We know each other since it's unbelievable, 1977. From the beginning of 90s, we were in the business of Polish Eastern studies, in fact. I remember these first activities of CES, and I think it was very good work. CES created a very rich infrastructure of Polish-Ukrainian scientific relations. I hope I will have occasion to tell about the details in the second part of our discussion. But now I want to also only say that this infrastructure made in mid-90s and during the most, let's say, active period of CES work in Ukraine, I mean 2004, 2006, in fact, 2013. So this framework, this infrastructure still works, and during the war also. So it's appropriate also for wartime. And as I said, about details maybe in the second part.
Okay, so let's start the second part and go into details.
Okay.
So it's good time to go deeper.
So it's but this is a long list. I maybe too long for this meeting. So please interrupt me.
Okay, so please concentrate on the most important, in your opinion.
Because this is a long story. From my point of view, quite interesting, because as I said, CES, we've started this work in mid-90s. And Jan Malicki, in fact, was inventor of all of these initiatives. But as I said, it still works. Joint studies created in 2012, CES and initially 4, then 3 Ukrainian universities. National University, Kiev Mohyla Academy, Ostrog Academy, Podkarpacki National University in Ivano-Frankivsk. 2 years master studies, 3 semesters in Ukrainian universities, 1 semester in Warsaw. Joint diplomas during 10 years period. We organized also joint master exams. Not today, not during the war. It's I think understandable, but we are sure that we will come back to this nice, in fact, custom. So this is our very important program, quite unique in Poland. Such joint studies, and one of beloved children of Jan Malicki, to tell you the truth. Then Eastern scholarships, 2 years. For 2 years, most candidates from Ukraine. We started this program in 2007. 25 scholarships per year. And as I said, majority of them for Ukrainian scholarship holders. Third, young scientist program, 1 year in Poland, and 70 people per year. Also, from the beginning of 21st century, this program works. These 2 programs coordinate CES, but scholarship holders go to various universities, and we have governmental financing of these 2 programs. Then. Very important, our program, and works even more intensively during the war, is a consortium of Warsaw University and many Ukrainian universities. At the beginning, it was 14 universities. But when this very, let's say, active period of war started, we accepted several new partners, and now it is 21 Ukrainian university. So what is the subject of our work? Exchange of students and staff, joint research, creation of publications, conferences, and summer schools. And it has really works. Really works, and even more intensively during the war. These new partners are universities of frontline. Zaporoże, Kherson, Dnipro. So for them it was important, I think. We are also one of most important organizers of, I think, quite famous Polish-Ukrainian meetings in Yaremcze. Every year. This year will be the meeting number 18. So it's also a long experience. Conference on the study of the concept of Polish-Ukrainian cooperation, Józefski and Mudry conference, only twice organized, but we will return to this let's say, structure of cooperation also, interrupted by COVID. To tell you the truth, not by war, but earlier by COVID. We CES. We have two foreign stations in Ukraine, one in Kiev from 1912, and second in Ivano-Frankivsk from 1915. Giedroyć competition for Ukrainian diplomats is devoted to Polish topics. Started 2006 and renewed last year. This is a very important, let's say, structure of cooperation with the Ukrainian colleagues. For Jan Malicki, very important, but I think generally very important initiative, a reconstruction of the meteorological and climate observatory on Popivan.
Yes.
And very complicated work because we rebuilt construction on 2,000 meters mountain. So it isn't easy, but we hope that 3-4 years and we will finally ready, and this observatory will be again active as a common scientific station, Polish-Ukrainian. We are doing it in strict cooperation with Ivano-Frankivsk University. Another one initiative made by us with the cooperation of Ivano-Frankivsk University, Ukraine-Poland Academics Exchange Center in Mikulichin. The second one, material sign of Polish-Ukrainian scientific cooperation and academic cooperation. The construction is financing, it's provided by the Ukrainian side, but we will enter in this work, and we will participate in financing the equipment. Last stage of construction of this center. Quite new initiatives. Congress of Polish, Ukrainian, Lithuanian, and Belarus researchers. First one was organized in Vilnius 2023, second one in Warsaw 2024, and the third one will be partially in Kiev this year and partially in Warsaw. We invited all of you, and I think this week we will send call for papers.
Okay. So really impressive. And I see.
But let me add one more thing, which is especially important for me. But because the effect of wartime was a new structure in the center, in the CES, and it is a Center for Ukrainian Studies. Say something like seminar of created by group of Ukrainian scientists, very famous, like Mykola Rabczuk or Professor Swerstiuk or Shapoval, and also young Ukrainian researchers. And I have a honor to be a coordinator of this group. And we offer lectures at the university, Ukraine 22, Ukraine Birth of Nation, Cities of Ukraine, and at the same time we are preparing every year our yearbook. First of these yearbooks you can find in bookstores. The second one will be ready will be in bookstores before the holidays. And it is very and this is let's say additional project made during the wartime. And we worked with colleagues, directly with colleagues from Ukraine. Some of them for some of them, University of Warsaw is the first place of work. For some of them, additional. But we have new colleagues during the wartime and special project concerning Ukrainian studies.
Thanks a lot. I am sure that everybody is impressed by this scope.
It's only the half.
And I can see, yes. So I think that we have an opportunity to exchange later on during the break and to go into details. But the aim of this first round was just to show the broad picture of how strong this cooperation was before the war and how it is strong in spite of the war. So thanks for bringing this perspective. Now I'd like to go further into the future. Professor Konarzewski tackled this issue, telling us that the issue will be reconstruction not only of scientific careers after the war, but also institutions. So if you could, Professor Konarzewski, to elaborate this issue, what are the biggest challenges in short-term and long-term future concerning Polish-Ukrainian cooperation? What will be needed most, and how can we contribute in solving these issues?
In the short term, there are many pressing problems that must be addressed both within Poland but also in Ukraine. Let me invite you to the conference that will be held in June on PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, one of the most pressing health issues in Ukraine. So please contact Professor Duszyński over the break if you're interested in. I think this is a good example of the problems, immediate problems that must be addressed to help not only Ukrainian science, how to tackle the problems, but also Ukrainian society at large. But indeed, the major problem I think that Ukrainians will face is to rebuild the science infrastructure. And frankly, that's the laudable task. Because I think that the times of crisis is always a time of opportunity to do something better. And I'm very happy that we met here at the Foundation for Polish Science, because this is the institution that always strives for quality in science. And I think that just drawing from the experience of the foundation, it's clear that unless we have the peer review, quality-driven system of science, it won't work. And I'm addressing these words to young Ukrainians that are with us. And really, let's do whatever it takes together. So once you come back to Ukraine, you'll be not frustrated by the way the institutions, your home institutions are handled. And I believe that our experience on rebuilding Polish science may help you address this problem. So, to be very blunt, and let me illustrate this through the problems that we face in Poland. We have too many universities. We have too many scientific enterprises in terms of institutions, research institutions. And this very weak state support that we have is distributed over too many items. And so, of course, the big problem is how to pick up those that are most promising, the best, and help to make them even better. That's exactly what Foundation for Polish Science is doing. And that's the big challenge for both you and us, helping you. And of course, there are no decision makers among us now, but you should be the decision makers. I mean, there should be a bottom-up drive, and the source of this drive should be your experience gate here in Poland. We are far from, let's say, being an excellent in this case, yes, but still I believe we've learned a lesson, at least partly, and we know how to do it. How to build the system of grant revision, which is, as I said, it's not, let's say, perfect, but it's way better than we used to have before we introduced the institutions like National Research Center and so on. And so our offer is to help you to build this kind of system. So you will be ready to join European research area. I'm not sure whether Ukraine will join the European Union anytime soon, but there are small steps along this path, and definitely adjusting to the European research area would be one of them. So that's one of the, let's say, landmarks that I would like to point out and offer you as something that we can try to do together. And again, through the institutional collaboration, and there are numerous examples of this institutional collaboration here, you can embed, let's say, best practices that you've learned here in Poland back home. And I am telling this from my own experience, because my mindset of doing science was formulated in the United States many years ago. I spent altogether 8 years in the United States and almost 3 years as a PhD fellow. And without this long-term stay, I would not know how to handle scientific enterprise here in Poland. And so again, without this mindset, you won't make it better for your own sake back home. So that's something, and this is our joint effort and responsibility, how to frame your stay in Poland, not only in terms of pure science, but also the mindset that will help you to handle scientific enterprise in Ukraine. And as I said, it does not depend only on decision makers. It depends on you, people that will work in these institutions. And unless you want this change, because the change is needed, I'm absolutely confident, we won't make it. So let's think how to handle this together. And I think this is the biggest challenge that I can formulate as a part of our discussion.
Mm-hmm. Thanks a lot for your sincere insight concerning future. So now I'd like to ask Ms. President, so from the same question about challenges of the future, but from the point of view of civic society organization, what we can do and what we should address as the most important issues.
Mm-hmm. I'm very happy hearing that also among, let's say, purely academic society, there are those thoughts about concentration, prioritizing, etc. Because when I was thinking about my, let's say, postulate or advice or something, I was afraid to be a little bit controversial, telling about the needs of prioritization, make the priority of our thinking about Polish-Ukrainian cooperation, because we are now in the very specific moment. on the one hand, of course, caused by war and the specific needs of Ukraine now and during the renewal. And on the other hand, caused by the revolutionary changes on donors' world, let's say, because it's not only cutting the funds by American budget, but we see or we hear the decision of cutting funds by not only France or Netherlands, but also so important player if we talk about Eastern neighbors, especially Ukraine, by such players like Germany or Sweden. So it's a moment when this civic society organization in Ukraine are in very tough situation, and the concurrence and for the fund is very high. So. As Poland, as I assumed, is not in the situation of that have opportunity to raise the fund for development policy, I think that what we need now to effectively answer for the needs of Ukraine, of Ukrainian partners, and in the same time to build Polish smart power, we need this trilogue of academia, politics, and third sector, NGO sector. And I think that this decision about the field of cooperation with Ukraine, also in scientific sector, should be taken in the context of Polish development policy and even Polish strategy, because it's the only way to strengthen our impact.
Thanks a lot for these thoughts. And Dr. Kępski, so the same issue, but I would also like to add the issue of European integration, how this question is helping in building cooperation with Ukraine and addressing challenges of the future, or it can be an obstacle.
Well, I'm not a politician. I'm an implementation guy. So
you have to deal with decisions of politicians.
Yes, but it's I think it's far-reaching question as regards the integration, European integration, because it's a very long-term process. So maybe for the beginning, I will try to keep to the ground. So maybe firstly, of course, NAVA has been mentioned many times as a kind of sponsor for various programs. I'm very happy to represent Polish National Agency for Academic Exchange. But of course, I have to pay the tribute also to my sponsors in terms of mentioning the Polish Ministry of Science and Higher Education, because we receive funds from them. So it is also always, let's say, the question of political decision, decision to channel money, and the challenge now is the decision how to divide money between weapons and, for example, education or research, because now everybody, not only Poland, has to invest more in arms, in weapons. And of course, it is other competing goals are somehow have to somehow go step back, because a lot of money have to be invested in defense sector. So this is for sure the very huge challenge. But I think what was also already mentioned, how to strengthen and rebuild the capacities, the institutional capacities. This is a very huge challenge, because the Western world, and Poland also, we underestimated Putin's determination to destroy and conquer Ukraine. For sure, nobody expected that the war would take 3 years and even more. Yes, all of the support was somehow calculated for months or 1-2 years, and we were quite optimistic. But now we can see that this war is a kind of a war on extermination, a war on, let's say, it continues and probably can continue for further time. So now a challenge is how to not be, let's say, fatigued or not be tired by this topic and war, because we can see that the somehow or public opinion can be somehow afraid or tired of this. So I think it's a very also a very huge challenge and a topic for Ukrainian politicians, but also I think for the third sector to keep the momentum, to keep the topic still alive. And I think also a very important topic is a kind of digitalization, investing in infrastructure, in digitalization of the higher education establishment, research establishment, because this is a kind of what makes them more flexible, more resistant. So we would somehow need to support this kind of capacity in Ukraine. And of course, people, young generation, how to, let's say, reverse or stop the trend of brain drain, and how to make in the future some people at least come back to Ukraine, because of course we have observed a huge emigration from Ukraine, and if the war continues for a longer time, then a lot of those persons will stay abroad, and the challenge will be how to bring at least some of them come back. And because of course the more let's say older generation, they will stay there, but what about the youngsters and younger generation? And of course there will be a kind of generation gap after the war. So this, for in my mind, this will be a huge challenge for the future.
Thanks a lot for naming all these tough issues we will have to take. Ms. President, you wanted to add something? Yeah, please.
As the one being responsible for keeping the subject not on the top, I think that I can add something positive to the end, because of course, we are the witness of the big tragedy, but I see also some opportunities which it creates, like in this famous sentence, let's use the crisis like a chance. And what I see that, of course, we have this potential problem of brain drain process, but it also the big, I think that we are the moment that the Ukrainian science, Ukrainian academia has the big chance to achieve this internationalization we postulate, once because of contact they create now, because of experience they have. Of course, it will be the challenge to have all these scientists back, but even staying at Western universities, foreign universities, I am sure that they will be somehow in contact with Ukrainian universities, creating common projects, etc. This is also the moment that, because some structure is destroyed, it's also the opportunity for modernization of all the structure or the system and Ukrainian science. And what I already observed, for example, the big change in the because my experience with Ukrainian partners is that they were, especially from academia, they were much more, let's say, dominated by men. And it was quite evident that if we invite management from university, we have 90% of men. And I was really impressed when we organized this visit for the deans and rectors of relocated universities. We have 15 women in this visit, and it was so fresh because, they are quite new on their positions, and it gave me also the hope that we can have some positive revolution, I mean, to build new structure on Ukrainian universities, to having this both perspective in the science.
Thanks a lot for bringing this new perspective, important one. And question for Professor Litvin. And the cooperation between Poland and Ukraine is not on, or relations between Poland and Ukraine are not only about cooperation. They are also about arguments about history, arguments about opposite interest concerning economy, politics. So we could see what kind of emotion we sparked the issue of agriculture and so on. How do you think how science can be involved in this part of our relation? And do you see real huge challenges?
I'm optimist from this point of view. So during last 35 years, we've built, in fact, very wide and intensive infrastructure of Polish-Ukrainian relations, not only in the field of science, but of course culture, regional, interregional relations, etc., etc. And we've created many direct contexts between institutions, between structures, but also many direct contacts with people, between the people, and this is our let's say fundament of relations also in the future. If we talk about concrete programs of scientific cooperation, practically each of them also creates common community of Polish and Ukrainian, and also from the point of view of CES, Lithuanian and Belarus scientists. And it will work, surely. Now, when we meet each other during the conferences, congresses, there are meetings of good friends, of course, and it will work. So this scientific common community, Polish, Ukrainian, and also Lithuanian and Belarus, it is the answer of science for these challenges you mentioned. So I think we really worked well during last 35 years. Relations between Poland and Ukraine, as always, between neighbors, between such direct, in many senses, neighbors, are always very complicated. So in a special situation, quite special situation of Poland and Ukraine during last 35 years, it is even more complicated. But we, as I said, we've built fundaments, and it will work in the future.
Thanks a lot for your optimism. I hope you are right. So, and
I'm sure.
Okay, you know
maybe
Ukraine
not,
better.
Maybe not tomorrow, but...
Okay, yes, I understand. Okay, so we have still 15 minutes left, so I think it's time to open our discussion to the audience. If you have any comments or questions to panelists, so please just show me. Is there anybody interested to? Oh, yes, Professor.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I am impressed, really impressed by this immense cooperation between Ukrainian institutions. The number of Ukrainian students and professors and researchers is really very huge, and it is a good direction, certainly. But I agree, unfortunately, with Professor Konarzewski that perhaps the Polish Academia, Polish scientific research are not the best model, perhaps, to be transposed to be good example for reconstruction, perhaps, the scientific building in after-war Ukraine. Unfortunately, because we confront a lot of internal issue, we know perfectly what are the great today problems with Polish scientific research, and perhaps it is one of the reasons for which we need some support from European institutions now. And if we propose some support, necessary support to rebuild the scientific institution in Ukraine after war, it is necessary to construct the bridges for the future, as the title of this conference. Perhaps we should create the program, European program, with European institutions, European universities, common program, which could together propose to offer the such scientific cooperation with Ukrainian institutions. That, for instance, the Warsaw University cooperation, the Paris 1 or some Netherlands institutions, it is, of course, typical kind of cooperation between European institutions, very useful for development such kind of cooperation. And perhaps through this European consortium, we could perhaps to implant the best models, the better models than we can propose only on the basis of the Polish experiences. So my remark perhaps is I am very naive, but I think that it will be possible for the future to propose such cooperation.
I see Professor Konarz would like to comment or answer, so please.
Let me just continue a little bit on what Professor Safian's remarked. One thing, well, that's a small disclaimer. I'm not so dependent on the Ministry of Science and Higher Education, so I can say some critical words here. And just consider one thing very important for all of us. The next European Horizon for Science and widening programs. And of course, it will be fantastic if Ukraine will be somehow embedded in this program and eligible in the first place. And it's not, as for the time being. And this is up to us, Poland, to be the advocate of Ukraine. And nothing happens now. And this is something that I was trying to address to the ministry for quite a while. And this is up to us to bring this matter again, because without this European support, Ukraine will not make it. Simple as that. And of course, on top of it is just our homework that we have to do. And just give you a small example, again, from the history. There was a time when Polish officers that were just about to be employed or were employed in Poland were embedded in the National Science Foundation structures in the United States, just to learn how to handle the process of grant application, peer review, and so on and so forth. You need the same programs in Ukraine anytime soon. And this is up to us. This is not for big money. I think we can raise both sufficient funds to invite Ukrainians to join Polish institutions. But first and foremost, this is up to you, the Ukrainian colleagues, to create such an institution so we can help you out. Perhaps with another support as well. So these are just the very solid steps that we can make together. But we have to start this discussion, serious discussion somehow right now, with the decision makers, but also with the institutions that can help you. And I'm absolutely confident that the Foundation for Polish Science, Polish Academy of Science for sure, and other agencies, we will help you out. But first and foremost, we need to have this serious discussion on how to rebuild Ukrainian science.
Thanks a lot. Yes, please.
Okay. I wanted just briefly to say that I think that what was mentioned by Professor Safian, it is a very important point that we try to somehow network Ukrainians with European policies, partners, etc. Because this task is for sure far more reaching that only Poland can support Ukraine and should support Ukraine. We can be a kind of bridge, we can be a kind of intermediary, but of course this topic is far more strategic, far more European, far more international. So I think it is a very good point. Of course, we as NAVA, we will consider some further support for Ukraine, but it is also an issue of political decisions, as I mentioned, yes, because it is not only our agency can do make such decisions.
Thanks. Another voice.
I just have a comment connected with a question. Since Ukraine is now a candidate to become a member of European Union, and I remember times when Poland was a candidate, and there were special programs for the countries that were awaiting to be accessed, like Tempus, for instance. Whether it is still on, I don't know, but I remember I was writing such a project, and we got it. So then you choose those 3 countries, 3 universities, institutions, and I bet nobody will refuse. But the question is whether such programs still exist, like we had the opportunity in 90s. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there another voice from the audience? Yes.
Hello, my name is Kristina Drechlyb. I'm from Yaroslav Mudry National University from Kharkiv, originally. And I would like to thank you, to say thank you to all of you, to each of you, especially for the Foundation for Polish Science, for giving me such opportunity to participate and implement the project with Professor Monika Florczak-Wondor from Jagiellonian University. It was a great chance for us to really to go on to implement the project, to realize our dreams. And it was really very important. I also would like to say thank you to the Polish Academy of Sciences, which also support us from the very beginning of the war. And your support was really very impressive. And also I would like to thank to Pani Agata, to Leaders of Change Foundation, because I'm ex-alumni of Kirkland Scholarship. And it's really very impressive because this foundation supports alumni not only in the process of the project, but also after. And this was really impressive because I was a participant of this program in 2018-2019. And it was really, it was long ago. And after the war started, I remember this support. And the Kirkland Foundation helped me to relocate to Warsaw. And in the beginning, it was really very supportive. And so I'm really very impressive and very grateful to each of you, to Poland people, to Poland. And I think this is really very, very important. So I just wanted to thank you. And I hope that this support and this communication will continue. I think that the most valuable is people. So it's all about people. It's all about our experience, and of course we don't know what will be in the future, but still I think that these connections and this really very strong friendship will go on. So thank you very much. Thank you very much again.
Thank you. Professor, yes, you would like to add? No, because I see you have a microphone. No, okay. So, is there anybody wanting to ask something or comment? If not, I have the last question just to wrap up our session, and it is relevant to what was said just before, but it's about future. Aren't you afraid the changing mood of Polish society? We cannot hide that we are not so keen on helping Ukrainians now as we used to be 2 years ago. So aren't you afraid that this changing mood can have negative impact on what we are talking here about? And what can we do to keep this, as was said, this momentum, to not lost something? Professor Konarzewski, perhaps.
Okay. Well, we are living in a very transactional world these days. I would not see the future built on just emotions in terms of let's say, our sympathy to Ukraine and the reciprocal sympathy of Ukrainians to Poles. I simply believe that collaboration with Ukraine is a good business, science business for both sides, and let's start with that. Of course, the friendship is absolutely necessary, but there are so many areas of collaboration with Ukraine that are so vitally important for Poland that let's start with that, okay? And then, let's say, the sympathy will follow. So, of course, we didn't discuss because that's, I would say, the other area, but just think of the collaboration in dual-use research and so on and so forth. And, of course, in a science, not only in science, but also in humanities, because this is that's the part of science enterprise where this mutual sympathy is built upon. There are many historical issues. I don't dwell on it. I'm a biologist, but still I'm very well aware of them. Yes, so that's one of the thorny issues that we need to solve to move forward. And as far as I can tell, this is up to Ukrainian friends to solve this problem. So yes, there are many obstacles, but I agree with Professor Litvin. I think overall I'm optimistic. We are doomed to have a success.
Okay, thanks, Mr. President. And what's your position?
I think that I should agree that we observe some changes of general attitude towards Ukraine in Poland, but fortunately, as for let's say, meeting 3 million refugees, we needed the mass support of the society. Fortunately, for scientific cooperation, we just need. I don't I don't want to say about ideal world, but we need as minimum scientist will and scientist cooperation. So as a representative of third sector, I want to say something very from third sector. Do what you do, yeah. And I very believe in this ground activity, on the ground activity. And what Professor Trechlip said, it's people are the most important. And I will be happy that if we will be able to create some institutional support for institutional renewal of Ukrainian universities, of course, it's a great idea. But let's think also about the small step we can do without the large collaboration, large support, which can be difficult. What I see, what I hear from our Ukrainian partners, something what is very needed now is the foreign know-how, foreign knowledge, from both reasons, because of real foreign experience, but also give some hope and some optimism. And I understand that maybe now some visiting program to Ukraine, it's quite difficult. However, Ukrainian Catholic University have this program still active. But we should think about offer of visiting lecture, of courses at Ukrainian university we can offer, or now or after war. Maybe we can have, like German dad, for example, some financial instrument also to support that kind of activity. I think that it's something what we can do because it's just only on us, and what is really needed now.
Thank you, Dr. Kępski. And,
well, generally, I'm very afraid of this war if it continues. But generally, in terms of mutual cooperation and let's say attitudes, I'm very optimistic. I'm not. Of course, the moods in the society are changing, and there will be some ups and downs, and then support will somehow change, fluctuate. But generally, we have to remember that even before the full-scale war, we had almost 1 million Ukrainians who came to Poland. They adapted very quickly, very well, assimilated within our society. And I think we need Ukrainians, they need us. So as Professor Konarzewski said, there are a lot of common interests that bind us together. So I think it is a very optimistic, let's say, perspective for the future.
Thanks a lot. The last minute for Professor Litvin. We know that you are optimists. So
yes.
But
I want to repeat this again. Okay. No, the majority of you don't remember 90s and 80s. I remember very well how far we were at that time. We Polish from Ukrainians, Ukrainians from Poles. We Poles from Ukrainians, Ukrainians from Poles. And we really created a very strong basis of direct personal relations between concrete Poles and concrete Ukrainians, and between communities and structures, institutions. We have problems, of course, but to solve our controversial questions concerning history during the war, I think it's especially complicated. So we will do it, but I think we should wait. We were almost ready before 2013-14. I also remember very well this time and public discussions in Ukraine, what we can hear. We could hear at that time, for example, in local Lviv TV. We were almost ready, but after that, a new situation came, and it was complication for this dialogue. But we can continue, of course, this dialogue. We haven't any dialogue in last 80s, any. Remember, it wasn't even one pass through the border. We have no context between Poles and Ukrainians at all. To visit Lviv in 80s for a Polish citizen was almost impossible, absolutely impossible. So everything depends on perspective. I remember this time, and my perspective is very optimistic.
Thanks a lot for optimism, for everything what you said, what we are doing on everyday life in your institutions. I wouldn't dare to sum up this discussion. Just one thing. Thanks for reminding us that so much depends on us, that we don't need to wait for politicians to decide in our names, that we can do a lot in our institutions and ourselves. So thanks a lot for this discussion. We had Ms. Agata Wierzbowska, Dr. Kępski, Professor Marek Konarzewski, Professor Henryk Litwin. Thanks for your intervention.
Sincere thank you to our panelists for sharing their valuable insights on Polish-Ukrainian Research Collaboration. Your thoughts on overcoming challenging in times of wars, exploring future opportunities are truly, truly appreciated. Now let's take a short coffee break. Please feel free to network and continue the discussions and conversations. We will be back in 12:35. Thank you. In these challenging times, communication plays a crucial role in shaping the image of democratic states around the world, with each country facing its own set of opportunities and challenges. It is my pleasure to invite Agnieszka Lichnerowicz, the journalist for Polish radio station TOK FM, podcast host To Understand Ukraine, Zrozumieć Ukrainę, who will guide us through this fascinating discussion, the role of communication policy on the formation of a democratic state's image. Please. Yes.
Sirs, madams, sirs, it's a pleasure to be here with you. I would like to propose the following plan for the next 1 hour. First, we would like to, we will have presentations, 3 presentations, on a very different, I would say, angles, or different views, different perceptions of the communication policy. So they will be presented, and then we will have the discussion with the authors of the presentations, where I would like to ask all of you to join, please. This is for you, so if you would have any questions or opinions, please do ask them. But I should probably start with presenting to you the authors of the presentations, the members of our panel. So first, Dr. Jana Hlader and Dr. Ewa Wróblewska-Trochimiuk. They are somewhere there, and they will be... Oh, they are there, please. Dr. Jana Hlader and Dr. Ewa Wróblewska-Trochimiuk. Professor Magdalena Szyszko is here. And Dr. Yevhen Saharchenko is... Sorry. So this is the plan, and I would like to start by welcoming here Dr. Jana Hlader and Dr. Ewa Wróblewska-Trochimiuk that will talk more or present on visual narratives of civil society in the modern Ukrainian project. Please.
Good morning. My name is Jana Hlader. I come from Kryvyi Rih. Currently, I work at the Priazovsky State Technical University and the Institute of Slavic Studies, Polish Academy of Sciences. Since 2023, together with Dr. Ewa Wróblewska-Trochimiuk, we have been carrying out the project Visual Narratives of Civil Society, the Modern Ukraine project, in the frame of the For Ukraine grant. We are very grateful for the Foundation for this opportunity. Our project focused on studying Ukrainian visual political communication during the first year of Russia's aggression. Our hypothesis was that Ukrainian public institution tried to design the image of a new, modern and civic society. This image was designed mostly for Western audiences, so we wanted to know that values they used to build that image to present themselves as close to Western political culture. We analyzed 4 social media accounts that communicate through visual media and that are connected to public or state institutions. We used 2 key terms to frame our analysis: Homo Sovieticus, representing negative values linked to the aggressor's culture, and civil society, representing the positive values supported by Ukrainian society. As a result, we created an online archive with more than 500 visual units. These images show which values Ukrainian society supports and which it rejects. In our archive, each unit has its own metric with metadata and well as an iconographic description and semantic analysis of the image content. It allows us to understand how the image encloses certain values. When, on the basis of this content, we decoded these values and divided them into two parts. The first is related to the projected self-image, and the second one is related to the aggressor culture, to which on a negative basis the images refer. We captured these values within a structured tagging system.
And I am going to tell you about this tagging system. My name is Ewa Wróblewska-Trochimuk, and I was the second pillar of this project. I was the co-PI of this project. As Jana already said, is it okay? Mm-hmm. As Jana already said, our tagging system was developed in relation to the collected material, and it provided us with a picture, thank you, of the value system of the projected society. We have gathered our tags in bigger categories. You can see now on the slide. The first category, the categories that describes civil society as it is projected in Ukrainian visual materials in social media. The first category is wise leadership, with tags as authentic leadership, authentic hero, responsibility for country, etc. Images connected with this set of values depicted President Zelensky, first of all, alone or with other leaders, also General Zaluzhny to some moment in the history of war, as well as different local leaders. In our archive, when you click on a given tag, you are taken to the gallery with all the materials tagged in this way, so you can compare the content. Second set of positive values is freedom of expression and action. Tags are on the slide. I won't read them. As you can see, there were images illustrating right to own language, own opinion, depicting inviolability of Ukrainian borders, etc. Third set is about pro-social activism. It's about agency, engagement, helping others, being active for a society. The next one shows society as a net of different relations. Under this tag, we will see families, couples, neighbors helping each other, co-workers supporting their colleagues. Next, care for minorities and vulnerable groups as a measure of truly humanitarian society. So we will see here care for children, elder people, poorer and weaker. Then, what is very interesting, environmentalism and animal welfare. In other words, responsibility for the nature as a feature, as a characteristic of civil society. Best illustrated by the Russian army destroying Ukrainian soil, Ukrainian farmers working against all odds, and people caring for their animals despite the war. And the last category, group of tags we called socially oriented entrepreneurship. It is a call for being creative, inventive. In this vision of society, being active in business, which is interesting, is perceived as a positive value. So under this tag, you will see young, creative people leading their firms, inventing technologies, etc. Of course, this is an idealized image of Ukraine, one that hides its weak points. It was constructed for a Western audience, but it also serves internal pedagogical purposes. We've also identified a range of negative characteristics associated with Russian culture, from which Ukrainian society, as Jana already said, in this vision, seeks to distance itself. I will not show them because of lack of time. You can check them in our online archive. To conclude, through our work, we have uncovered the image of culture in a post-dependence situation, seeking its own strategy of political communication between East and West. The massive production of visual content today is on the one hand revisiting the Soviet past and on the other hand shaping new myths, places of memory and narratives. In our archive, for example, we showed how to fulfill the watermelon with meaning or how to change the meaning of ballet dancer figure. What we wanted to show is how political communication builds on cultural foundations, how it draws on deep literary codes, elements of popular culture rooted in local traditions, historical references, and vernacular languages. These homogenized messages aren't always easy to decode, but they evoke specific feelings and associations, and through that they shape Ukrainian society. Moreover, our project clearly shows why building online archives and collecting internet materials is so important. Media content disappears so soon that you have to hurry to love it. To paraphrase Wisława Szymborska, and we experienced this firsthand in our project. When we started working on the project in 2023, some materials from the early days of the Russian aggression were already no longer available online. That's why we see our work as an intervention. By creating this archive, we presented materials that are often fleeting and at risk of disappearing from both public memory and digital space. We've built a bridge on many levels between, us as researchers, Jana, literary scholar, and me, visual culture researcher, between the Polish and Ukrainian academias. We had the chance to present our research in London, Kraków, and Gießen in Germany. We also stepped outside the academia space. We held a workshop during the Warsaw Science Festival, and finally we organized a public debate called On Media in Times of War, where we invited guests from both Poland and Ukraine, including, for example, Dr. Dobrosielski and Dr. Olcha Tkaczenko, who are here with us today. We welcomed media scholars, journalists, and researchers, experts on Ukraine. In our work, the goal wasn't just to build the bridge itself, but also to bring the two shores close together. You can visit our archive via... Oh, it doesn't work anymore. Okay. Via this link or QR code. It is still under construction, but it can already be viewed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, please, Professor Magdalena Szyszko from the University of WSB Merito that cooperated with Olena Motuszka, and the presentation will be on the role of policy communication, its tools and effects during the war, and it's a case of Ukraine and Poland somehow compared. Thank you.
So, hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Magdalena Szyszko, and I will take you to different aspects of communication, because I'm going to discuss the communication of monetary policy by the National Bank of Ukraine and a little bit about the communication of the National Bank of Poland. And so first of all, the project aimed at discuss the in general monetary policy effects, short-run effects during the invasion. Well, basically, if someone asks if the monetary policy is effective, it's very easy to verify, because we simply can check whether a central bank delivers what it promises, and it promises to keep inflation on the targeted level. However, first of all, for the war period, such an assessment, it's not so easy, because monetary policy transmission horizon is about 2 years. So when the project was run, there was not enough data available. And again, the data made us to choose only 2 aspects of the central bank communication. central bank policy, communication and expectation, to have a closer look at in this empirical part of the project. So first of all, the communication of the central bank is an essential issue because the central banks, they talk to us to make sure that we will not increase our expectations for inflation too much. Well, expectations, they are driving force for inflation in the future. It's easy to visualize that when one expects the price increase by 100% in the next quarter, we start to buy just right now, we boost demand, we boost the increase of prices, or we simply go to our boss and ask for the pay rise, which also fits inflation. So I decided to focus on expectations and communication during this presentation, but I would like to tell you that the project is much broader. However, first of all, the time, and second, I'm an economist, which means I'm quite biased, and I prefer to show quantitative research, numbers, models, and tables, and it's not my fault. It's the editor's fault. If one wants to be published in well-ranked journals in economics, well, editors, they need numbers and models. This is why I prefer to show the quantitative part of the study that we run. And the remaining part of the presentation is divided like, first of all, communication and then expectations. Could you please read this short paragraph presenting the National Bank of Ukraine communication during the war? Basically, this is one of the paragraphs from the NBU standard post-decision announcements. And as you may see, a lot of words links to military conflict. Normally, when central banks are releasing their decision and its rationale, they discuss output gap, interest rates, what the ECB has just been done, in the financial market situation, exchange rate. They do not discuss infrastructure, conflict, debts, and losses. Well, basically, it was easy to assume that the communication of the bank has been adjusted to the new situation, but we wanted to check to what extent, moreover, we wanted to check whether this type of communication was more like propaganda, so purely manipulative message sent to affect the public and international partners by presenting how bad Ukrainian economy is doing to increase their incentives for international help, or maybe it was more like objective communication, like public diplomacy. And this is the data set that we use for the communicational part of the study. First of all, we analyzed two different sets of announcements. The first one, standard upper panel, post-decision releases. And they appear with a frequency a little bit lower than monthly frequency, so we've got less observations here, about 40. And the lower panel is the Twitter post data sets. We gathered 550 posts, 200 of them being published during the war. And then upper and lower panel, they have three different statistics because we were trying to assess subjectivity of the message, so whether it is fed with emotionally affected words and adjectives, and its negativeness or positiveness, so we've got different indices here. Well, basically, natural language processing never returns the same or robust results. Well, this is the case of transforming textual message into numbers. So this is why we apply many methods just to check if the results are robust, starting with simple dictionary methods. And then, as you may see, we also kindly ask ChatGPT, what is the sentiment or subjectivity of the message? And just one table, oh, not yet. And what else we done? Following the standard literature on monetary policy communication, we created the war words dictionary based on all the announcements by the National Bank of Ukraine. And then, as they describe the war language, we consider them to be negative, and we also expanded our indices by including this set of words. Just one table with numbers, I promise. And we applied many statistical measures. And I'm not going to discuss them, but I want you to check the number of cases when we've got one or more asterisks here. It means that they are statistically significant cases when the National Bank of Ukraine communication during the war changed to war more negative and more subjective. Well, basically, as I mentioned, natural language processing, usually researchers are struggling with getting robust results. Here, I guess that we did. And basically, after assessing the communication indices and their change over time and juxtaposing them with standard macro variables, we can suggest that the language change towards public diplomacy, so to cut the long story short, it was more objective than we expected, and it actually reflected economic situation of Ukraine. So after the preliminary economic breakdown, the situation, sentiments, inflation, they started to improve, and it was reflected in the bank's language. And right now, let me move to discuss expectations. This time we used secondary data, so more standard data sets, and I present inflation here, professional expectations with spotted line, and customers' expectations with dotted line. Just one thing I want to catch your attention to, around the invasion, customers' expectations, they dropped, which was actually quite surprising. I'll try to provide some explanation in a second. And then, with this data set, we applied multiple methods, but none of them being standard methods to discuss expectations because, again, of the length of the time series we've got. So, we applied methods that require not assumption about distribution, and actually they do not assume linear interactions between variables. And the analysis of if expectations of customers change after the invasion and what was the amplitude of the change is presented here. The lower panel here presents the intervention analysis results. Intervention was the invasion. So for pre-invasion period, we estimated the model and then we forecasted expectations based on this model. And we compared the differences between actually expressed expectations of inflation and the model-based forecasts. In the case of customers, once again, the drop of the expectations, everyone, including the central bank, expected the increase. Actually, the central bank communication expressed a lot of worries on how expectations may rocket after the invasion. So here we see the drop, and the statistical significance diminishes very fast. So why customers behave in such an unexpected way? First of all, the survey was changed from face-to-face to telephone. The sample was moved from eastern to western part of the Ukraine. The western part always performs better economically, and their forecasts were always more optimistic. Moreover, the basket of available goods changed during the invasion. Finally, the central bank actions like pegging the national currency rate to dollar, supporting financially the state, they make the National Bank of Ukraine more credible, what is suggested by some research. So this is about customers. They were lost in different pieces of information and signals received just after the beginning of the invasion. Professionals, they expected how we expect them to, they behave how we expected them to behave, so their expectations doubled as compared to the pre-war model-based assessment. And remaining studies of expectations, the upper panel presents, let's cut the long story short, a kind of correlation analysis between food inflation or inflation and expectations, and we don't see too many changes before and during the inflation. Good news for the central bank is presented in the lower panel because during the invasion, co-movements between professionals and households increased. This is a very good news for a central bank because the central bank cannot use its instruments selectively, so having homogeneous expectations is the best possible option. Regarding what was like the anchor for forming expectations, after the invasion, as well as before, both consumers and professionals, they were looking more into the future than were stick to past inflation. Again, good news for central banks. However, during the invasion, the distances between expectations and future or past inflation are larger. That one suggests less accurate forecasts. And basically, the summary here can go this way, that the central bank expected rocketing expectations, and they are very severe de-anchoring from inflation target and economic situation, and this is not what happened. Well, the project is over, so we would like once again to thank the foundation for the option to run this project, but we still are continuing the study on expectations and communication, and right now, as we have a little bit longer time series, we try to connect the plot of the study. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Szyszko. And now Dr. Yefim Zacharczenko, that cooperates with Dr. Paweł Dobrosielski from Warsaw University. Dr. Zacharczenko is from Karazin University in Kharkiv. And the presentation will be about the Second World War and Holocaust memory in the current Ukrainian discourse on the ongoing war. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm honored to be here. I'm very grateful to the Polish Science Foundation, to Warsaw University, and I'm very happy to present our project with Dr. Paweł Dobrosielski from Institute of Polish Culture in Warsaw University. And I am Dr. Dobrosielski is a specialist from Polish culture, and I am a historian and a specialist of memory studies. So our current project, it's project in progress. I survived the Nazis, I will survive the Russians, the Second World War, and the Holocaust in the current Ukrainian discourse on the ongoing Russian-Ukrainian war. Ukrainian public discourse on the full-scale Russian invasion of 24th February 2022 features, among others, a certain distinctive trait, the tendency to compare this war with the Second World War and the Holocaust. Such comparison did not emerge spontaneously in 2022. They were utilized before they originate in 2014 with the beginning of the ongoing war that Russia waged against Ukraine. However, their intensification after 24th February forms a separate discursive vein recognized as such both in Ukraine and abroad. Therefore, the main aim of the project is to analyze and interpret various forms of representations that constitute the Ukrainian public discourse on the current war, that link it with the imaginary of the Second World War and the Holocaust. We are interested in how such analogies shape the perception of the current full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine, and simultaneously and mutually to present to perception of the Second World War and the Holocaust in Ukraine. This should allow us to reconstruct how the current Russian invasion impacts the Ukraine collective memory of the Second World War and the Holocaust in such exemplary areas of official politics of memory, commemoration, education, and civil activism and popular memory. The Holocaust firmly stands as the epitome of genocide and the Second World War as the epitome of total war. The comparison of the ongoing full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine to those past events are aimed at forcefully impacting the foundation of the Western civilization, predominantly through the reinterpretation of the never-again topos and the most powerful appeals to the tragedies and traumas of the bloodlands, to use Timothy Snyder's famous formulations. So this the project aims and search focuses, and our research project based on the database of 65,000 texts collected from web pages and social networks from open resource. They are for Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Telegram, and YouTube, of the Ukrainian segment of the internet, written in Ukrainian and located in Ukraine between 24 February 2022 and 31 of December 2022, which this narrative presents a comparison of the current full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine with Second World War and the history of the Holocaust. On our database, we used official narratives from official account of president or members of Ukrainian government, and non-official account, open account from social media of ordering people, ordering users, Ukrainian users. So, our sources and methodology. We can, for the first step, we made these databases, used special program tool, SaltRender. It was a data gathering step. After that, currently we are working with MaxQDA quantitative analysis to analyze this big data. We have some thematic groups with comparison, for example, on different keywords: Nazism, Russism, fascism, Soviet troops, Nazi troops, Russian troops, concentrated camp, occupation, Bucha, Babin Yar, Holocaust, and other kind of comparisons. So, for example, if we told about some comparison in history and current full-scale invasion, you can see on this slide example of textual comparison, Russism. The mayor's office noted the Nazis acted in the same way more than 75 years ago. They looted museums and took them to their homes. The Russians are confidently repeating their past, but under different flags and slogan. They have brought never again back to our home. So, because our project in progress, we are finalists of 2024 year, we have some intermediate conclusion, and this intermediate conclusion based on the 3 points. For example, the past in present, and on the second slide you can show about old memory in new war, yeah? And memorial and metaphorical palimpsest, it is a central interpretation, is the issue of identification. How was the past role converted into present once and vice versa? And secondly, old vocabulary for current war. people who have had traumatic experience with rocket and artillery attacks, proximity to the front, occupation, and crimes use the memory language of the old World War to assess the current Russian-Ukrainian war. And certainly the light of comparison and the shadows of the unspoken. The comparison points to similarities, but at the same time omits crucial differences and opens a search of new terms and interpretations. For that, it's full. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. So as I mentioned earlier, my proposition to all of you is that I will ask one or two questions to the panelists, to the researchers, and if you have any in your heads, any questions or opinions, please do keep them there, and in a moment I will ask you to share with us. So my first question actually would be, I don't know if it was part of your research, if you researched it or you have an opinion on that based on your academic instincts, but this civil society image that was projected internally and externally versus the Homo Sovieticus or coming from Russia, attacking from Russia, how much is it grassroots? How much was it an expression of people's feelings and perceptions? And how much was it controlled and built by people in a government or somewhere that knew that they need to work on propaganda, I would even say, because it's very important for the war, for winning the support outside and from mobilizing people inside.
Does it work? Yes. Thank you for your question. It was the basic question for our research, because what we observed from the very beginning of our project, even from the projecting our project, it was that these values we gathered as civil society values were projected through social accounts and through institutions directly connected to President Cabinet and public institutions. So it is a kind of Ukrainian specific, and I think, I am sure that it is because of time of war, that these civic society values are values designed by public institutions. They are accepted, they are shared, people feel these values, of course, but the main source of this project is a public institution, public canal. It is an institutional project, more than a grassroots project now.
Thank you. That's very interesting. I would like to come back to that, but the same question would be a little bit to you, Dr. Zacharchenko. How much this referring to the past and remembering the past and looking for clues or symbols in the past to understand or describe what's going on now, where does it come from? Why is it so important? Why these references from the past are so important in the communication? How much is it, again, a controlled project to mobilize or get support from the outside, and how much past is in people's mind still very strong, like here in Poland, These references are very alive in the culture and in private memory. And how is it?
Thank you. Because we work with open resources, we don't have any general representation, general numerals of some narratives about this. But in our database, we have 65,000 with different comparisons, with different keywords from old vocabulary of Second World War. Why it's important? It's important because for Ukrainians on the first step of full-scale invasion, because it was very grateful. It was invisible moment, and people on that time don't remember or don't to construct some words and words combination to image this process, this full-scale invasion. And paradoxically, many users used some keywords from Soviet propaganda, from constructed from Soviet myths about Great Patriotic War, about Nazis, occupations, and used this propaganda Soviet vocabulary to describe Russian invasion. Yeah, and it's very interesting how memory about Second World War after 4 generations. Yeah. And after 4 generations, formulate new narratives about the contemporary war.
Thank you. That's very interesting. And Professor, this one is easier because it was the communication is very specifically controlled and designed by the bank. So the question would be, was it effective? So if I understood correctly, if the bank wanted firstly also to mobilize outside help in the face of extreme needs of Ukraine economy, but on the other hand wanted to be perceived as the trustworthy both by the outside actors and by people in Ukraine, my understanding, but I would like to ask you, it was that it was very effective, that the Ukrainian bank managed to build this image as a very professional and kind of trustworthy in the face of war.
Actually, that's the case. I mean, the central bank effectiveness is not necessarily assessed by the lenses of whether they are able to gain international help, but it's enough to say that right now international reserves of Ukraine, they reach record levels. This is not only the contribution of the National Bank of Ukraine communication, but basically the assessment of the bank communication, I think that should be done on a little bit lower level. It should be assessed in terms of how people reacted, or again, whether they actually changed their expectations according to the situation, how the economy reacted. And in this context, we can simply say that they communicate in the way that make it possible to assess the bank as quite successful. Moreover, this is not only the context of our study, but also international institutions, including the European Union. They very, very maybe it's like the soft assessment, but the assessment says you are doing what you should do in these circumstances, and yeah, this is what we could expect.
I will add another question, because in the title of the presentation, there's supposed to be also the comparison to Polish case, which is extremely different, because we have this, to put it in a more maybe objective terms, the communication is very experimental in a Polish case, not, so can you say a bit more?
Yeah, first of all, for the presentation, I skipped Poland because the time limit, yeah, but we also studied Poland. And let me just first refer to the empirical study that we have. The communication of the National Bank of Poland did not incorporate the war language to the extent that make it capturable by the quantitative methods that we applied. So the language was more or less the same. And actually, after the arrival of war, the language of the National Bank of Poland, in the National Bank of Poland communication, the war topic was a very marginal, borderline topic. We've got our issues here in Poland. Well, basically, the assessment of the central bank communication, it also has different aspects. What we are studying, it's the formal communication, which is much more smooth than exactly. And basically, the way how the National Bank of Poland communicates through its official channels, it's actually a standard central bank communication.
And how do you comment on that? Why is war not there in official communication of Polish Bank?
It was present, much more visible just after the invasion. But then we also had our issues like post-COVID recovery topics and some other topics which were much more visible in the National Bank of Poland communication. Well, basically, it's not like the war communication is absent, but let's say that if the document has 2 pages, they mention that this is the war effect. And basically, the National Bank of Poland refers to the energy crisis linked to the situation in Ukraine, grain corridors, and other economic events that may affect actually the evolution of Polish economy, first of all, inflation. And I would say that this approach, commenting events that affect the central bank mandate, this is the approach that the central bank could follow in its official communication.
Thank you. And Dr. Zacharczenko, I would like to come back to you to ask you also about the effectiveness, but I'm not sure in case of your research, I should ask first, is this process of working with memory of the past of the Second World War and Holocaust in the face of the current war, is it bringing society closer to, I don't want to use the word truth, but to understanding what happened in the past? So kind of learning of the history. Or the other question would be, what effects this referring to the past has on people's resistance or resilience today in the war? So basically, what are the effects of this reaching back to history?
Thank you. First of all, when we tell about memory studies, we tell not about historical reality as it's in real. So the question about truth is a political question and propaganda question, yeah? Memory is a specific, special image of the past. And this image could be, cannot be all the truth, for example. But if we tell about some effects, I think we have some effects about remembrance and understanding of the Holocaust. Because the genocide crimes and Holocaust had a new actual with full-scale invasion. And if we tell about Ukraine as a part of European Union, with European culture of memory, where the Holocaust is the biggest crime in the world history, yeah, for Ukrainians it was not for all for understandable. But when Ukrainian community saw different kinds of this crime, when Ukrainians felt this crime in a time of occupation, for example, in Bucha, in Olenivka, and in Izum, in Kharkiv region, for example, in other regions. All these events accumulated our remembrance, our memory about Second World War in another paradigm, not only in Soviet paradigm, but in European version or European culture of memory about and in the first point of this remembrance are trauma, testimony, women's, children's, and other. It's we can see in this internet discourse conceptualize a new version of memory about Second World War and a new version of imaginary current Russian full invasion. More inclusively, for example, not about only no-name soldiers, as a part of memory in Soviet period, It's differently. It's some new constructions, and it is in progress.
Very interesting. I guess I have to ask also, one of the words on your map of the words is UPA, which is for us also very contentious and important in our Polish memory. So to sum it up, we know that the context is anti-Russian or anti-Soviet as an organization that was fighting for life and independence from the Soviet aggression. That's what we understand from observing the discourse in Ukraine. But how much, again, is it grassroots, and how much this UPA reference is also an idea from the state, let's say, or from the government? And would you add something to this, or to this description of mine of the symbol of UPA that is now?
In our database, it's not, for example, lion part of database, but it's true. The symbols of UPA indifferently used in different kinds of narratives, but secondary, when Ukrainians tell about UPA, they tell about some symbolic of struggle with Russian Soviet troops. This is a question, and this discussion is not about Polish or Poland. I want to actualize it. Because memory and culture of memory, it's not about truth. It's not about historical events and reality. This is about special issue of imaginary, And this imaginary we need, or different governments need, political regimes need to use for legislative, for legislative their political regimes, And when Ukraine's in war with Russia, Ukrainian memory politics accumulate all historical symbol who episodically in the past destroyed Moscow troops or Russian troops. For example, not only about UPA we tell, for example, about Battle of Orsha in 1514, with the Duke of Konstantin Ostrowski, the nation hero from Lithuania, from Belarus, from Ukraine history, yeah, for example. And it's some historical imaginary politique. It's not about real history as a science. This about accumulated of people.
So, last question. Thank you so much. Also about the effectiveness. It seems that this image that Ukraine managed to project, what we saw here in Poland or they saw in France and Spain, was very effective. I mean, people were really moved. My thesis is that part of the support coming from the Western governments was also pressed from down, that people in Europe were moved. So how much is it the effect also of this managed PR or managed perception of Ukraine as Western civil society fighting for this European democratic civilization? Can you say that it was a very, very effective and good campaign? Because it seems to me that it will be studied by people around universities because it was so good.
So the campaign lasts, it's not finished. What we examined were Instagram sources. So this is also very specific social medium that proposes only very aesthetic and very lifestyle content, not as Twitter that is or X that is involved politically very much. So it was because of that these images were presented in very aesthetic manner, in a very well-prepared way by professional agencies connected to President Zelensky and to different teams that worked with him. It was not; they were not by accident in these social accounts. They were very effective. They were projected like to be effective, and there was nothing by accident in this social media in the first year of full-scale invasion, because we limited our research because of because of lack of time in our research and because of the fundings, of course, only to the first year of research. If I may add something to what you said, we have in our archives many topics showing strategies of building trust to public institutions. And among them, we have also images that build trust to banks, of course, and to show that you Ukrainians, you can trust your bank and you can send money through these banks. And it was very like on campaign on Instagram to trust to banks and to hryvnia, to trust to hryvnia. And if it comes to your research, we are also connected because in our research we saw that it was not the purpose was not to prove that, for example, Cossack tradition is more Ukrainian than Russian, or in Holodomor, for example, there was more victims than you claim, but the purpose was to show what Russia made with these narrations and how we can use them, this narration, in a new situation. There was nothing about true. The true is not the aim of historical research, I think, or memory studies researchers. Okay.
Thank you. Please, if you have any questions you would like to, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you for really interesting projects. I have actually two questions to two projects. One is regarding civil society, and the other about social imaginaries. Well, the first one, if I understood you well, your claim is that your outcome of the research is that what people say in the Instagram rather reflects the central policy than the expression of the real civil society, grassroots civil society. Well, okay. In my imaginary about the Ukrainian society is still very important experience of Pomarańczowa Rewolucja and then Euromaidan, which was exactly to the essence of the civil expression and civil agency, and I can understand that. Once the full-scale war started, people tried to surround the president who behaved really responsibly in that moment. But I know also that there was a huge reservation towards president before, and then also the dynamic of the support to the President Zelensky also had some dynamics. Yeah, we know that, and we know what's going on recently. But well, going perhaps beyond your data, so your pure data set for this project, but rather drawing on the larger knowledge about the other sources, how do you see the dynamics of the vigorous and agency of the civil society as it is present in Ukraine, how it is really manifesting towards, for instance, the center of the power of Zelensky, and criticism and expression of certain type of civic control. Still, even if it's not yet, it's somewhat suspended. So this is very interesting question, going perhaps beyond your project. And you mentioned the very important to me notion imaginary, social imaginary. Actually, to what extent, again, going beyond your project in this frame, to what extent you would say that there are perhaps, I try to be very simplistic, a bit too much simplistic. One source is the Ukrainian history and the First World War and the endeavor to establish the statehoodness. Another source of imaginary is the Soviet time and Soviet propaganda and very, active and actually effective Soviet propaganda. And the third sort is a vision of Europe and a vision of Europeanization and belonging to Europe and endeavor to be a Europe simply. So how would you define the dynamics of these three components in the recent years and especially during the wartime?
Thank you for your question. So we've limited our research to the first year of the full-scale invasion and political communication connected to this first year, but we observe, of course, social media and our sources' accounts we observed in the first year. And what we can see is the huge change in understanding civil society, because I think that there was a moment, and in my opinion, but it is my opinion, the first moment when people woke up and realized that real civil society is not driven by government and president cabinet, but it's organized, self-organized society without this impetus from government, was the conflict between General Zaluzhny and Zelensky, which was presented not as a conflict maybe, but we knew that there was something behind it, something more, and that there is a strong will to to have power to control society, to control civil society also, and to not in a way it was controlled before, of course, but I think it was a moment of change, and after the first year everything changed and people started to control presidential cabinet, and journalists started to write about different situations in army, financial malversations also in army. So the real civic society started to self-organize after, I would say, the first year. In a way we think about civil society, in a Western terms of thinking of civil society.
Thank you. Dr. Zacharczenko.
Thank you for your question. It's a very interesting question, and we plan that it will be a second step of our project, of our research. So we plan to use semiotic analysis, allows us to establish connection between several words from several discourses, from European, Soviet, and contemporary Ukraine. And now we are at the stage of automatic encoding of this text in MaxQDA digital tools. In the next step, next stage, we want to establish which narratives are most required. It will be the answers of your questions. It's very interesting, and our project in progress. And we plan to present this second step in September.
What's your hypothesis?
Our hypothesis that dominate current Ukrainian discourse with such elements of European culture of memory and negotiation and taboo for Soviet propaganda rudiments. It's in general.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, we've got to finish. Thank you, Dr. Zacharczenko, that came to us from Kharkiv, one of the most resilient cities in the world. And Dr. Hlader, you mentioned we are from Kryvyi Rih, and I'm really sorry, and it's just tragic what has happened, what Russia did in the last days. So thank you for being here as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you to our panelists for such an engaging discussion. We now move to our next panel, Building Democratic Societies, Challenges and Perspectives from Ukraine and Poland. The session will explore the challenges both countries face in strengthening democracy and the opportunities ahead. Please welcome the moderator, Professor of Law from the University of Bergen in Norway, Lilia Oprisk.
Good afternoon, everybody. It is my pleasure to be here with you in Warsaw, and it is also my pleasure to witness the results of Polish-Ukrainian cooperation, not only in terms of academic and results and scientific results, but also in terms of friendships which have been formed, as we've heard multiple times during the opening panel of this event. I will moderate a panel which consists of three projects. There will be 4 panelists. I will introduce them one by one. And the first one is a project by Professor Monika Florczak-Wontor and Professor Krystyna Trechlieb. Professor Florczak-Wontor is Professor of Constitutional Law at the Jagiellonian University in Krakow, and she serves as Director of the Center for Interdisciplinary Constitutional Studies, as well as Interdisciplinary Doctoral Program Society of the Future within the doctoral school at the same university. Professor Florczak-Wontor is Deputy President of the Committee of Legal Sciences of the Polish Academy of Sciences and co-founder of the Central and Eastern European chapter of the International Society of Public Law, and Polish Association Democracy in Practice, as well as member of the European Group of Public Law and the Legal Experts Group of the Stefan Batory Foundation. Professor Trichlib is an associate professor in the Theory and History of Law department at the Yaroslav Mudry National Law University in Kharkiv. Her research interests lie in European integration, the rule of law, legal interpretation, and human rights standards. Professor Trichlib is a member of the National Association of Mediators of Ukraine, the International Society of Public Law, and Center of Polish-French Legal Thought of the Polish Academy of Science. And she has been a visiting researcher at Warsaw University, Jagiellonian University, Innsbruck University, and the Polish Academy of Science. So please welcome Professor Florczak-Wontor and Professor Trichlib.
Thank you very much for this kind invitation, for the possibility to present the research of our project, and also, of course, for funding the project as such. We decided to divide our presentation into two parts. So my purpose is to present the aim of the project, and secondly, the main activities. And my colleague will present the main research, especially in relation to Ukraine. So we have a presentation, but I don't know how to. Okay, it's like this one. Yes. So firstly, I must to emphasize that due to the time restrictions, we are not able to present everything. So that's why I would like to encourage you to visit our website, which is in Polish, in English, and also in Ukraine, and where you can find all programs of our scientific events, and also the recordings from the events, also our articles, student contributions, and so on. When it comes to the purpose of our project, well, as we know, Poland and Ukraine, they have a lot of problems with the judiciary. So that's why the main purpose and the main idea behind our project was to gather together the representatives of Polish and Ukrainian community, the representative of academia, but also we were trying to include into our discussion judges, representatives of non-governmental organizations, and students also were very important. And we wanted to discuss about the same problems with the same institutions, such as the Supreme Court, Constitutional Tribunal, and also the National Council of the Judiciary. Of course, we wanted to compare, we wanted to learn, we wanted to formulate some solutions above the national context, just to look for those important institutions, but from broader perspective. An important element of our project was the discussion. So I'm not going to talk about all the events, all the seminars, workshops, and conferences that we managed to organize, but maybe just I will mention about 3 seminars. The first that was dedicated to the judicial reforms, with the participation of 2 prominent professors from Polish university, from Ukrainian university. The second seminar organized on the EU standards for effective judicial protection, with the participation of for instance, Professor Półtorak, a judge of the General Court of the European Union, or Dr. Oleg Petrushin from the National Academy of Legal Sciences of Ukraine, or from, when it comes to the Polish constitutional law, Professor Koncewicz, Professor Bogdanowicz. We also organized a seminar on the constitutional justice and those problems that are connected with our constitutional courts, with the participation of Professor Garlicki, former judge of the Polish Constitutional Constitutional Tribunal and the European Court of Human Rights, but also Professor Volodymyr Vanher, who is a Dean of the Faculty of Law of the National University of Kyiv-Mohyla Academy, has got a presentation. Also, in this seminar, we started to include foreign professors, foreign scholars, like Dr. Matthias Hartweg from Heidelberg. And the other seminar was dedicated to the Supreme Court's problems in Poland and Ukraine. The invited speakers include, among others, Professor Tetiana Atsupova, former judge of the Grand Chamber of the Supreme Court of Ukraine, Professor Paweł Wiliński, a judge of the Polish Supreme Court, Dr. Anna Adamska-Galland. She was a representative of the EU Prawo Justice Ukraine. Now, as we know, she is a judge of the European Court of Human Rights, and also Dr. Marcin Szwed from the Helsinki Foundation for Human Rights. So, just example, as I said, the recordings are there. The second important element of the project, it was a kind of academic experiment, let's say, or maybe better, didactic experiment. I mean, we recruited a group of 30 students, 15 from Kharkiv and 15 from the Jagiellonia University, and we invited them first in the first semester to work on the national problems. They prepare the contribution then presented during the online conference in February, and then in the second semester we invited them to work together in a mixed group in order to discuss and find maybe some solutions, some propositions concerning the similar problems. And in July, we organized our main conference, today's conference. The second day was devoted to our students. It was wonderful that almost all students from Ukraine were able to come to Krakow in order to participate in the conference in person. And of course, in the first time we have the expert discussion, we invited scholars not only from Poland, Ukraine, not only those judges. We had 2 judges from the Grand Chamber of the Supreme Court of Ukraine, but also from Germany, from United States, and from Italy. And we presented also our papers at the international conferences. For instance, in Madrid, there was an ICON as annual conference, and we organized a special panel dedicated to the results of the program. But also outside, for instance, Christina attended the conference in Liverpool, while I was attending the conference in the Kharkiv International Legal Forum. And the last one, our scientific council. That is also. Okay. So our scientific council, composed of prominent international scholars from different countries, not only from Poland and from Ukraine. We had judges of the Constitutional Court, of the Supreme Court of Ukraine, but also from the United States, from Germany, from Italy. So, Christina, please take the floor.
Okay, thank you. Can I just go back? I will try. Can you help me to go back 2 slides? Because it's yeah, here. Okay, thank you very much. So, as Monica said, we try to make our project as much transparent as possible, so you can follow and you can read about all our initiatives and meetings, seminars, conferences on our website. What is also important that we try to engage in our project different representatives, so it not only representatives from academia, but but also from NGOs, also practical lawyers, I mean judges from, first of all, from Supreme Court, and also students. So it was a kind of collaboration, very, I would say, fruitful collaboration, because the initial goal was not only to conduct a kind of purely theoretical research, but also on the basis of this comprehensive and systematic research to elaborate practical recommendations for lawyers, for judges, first of all, in order to improve our judiciary and to implement the rule of law principle in practice, not only in the constitutions, but also in our real life. And as a result, when it comes to the results, you can find in the materials chapter different papers presented by, first of all, by our members from Scientific Council. For example, you can see here the article presented by Professor Tatiana Ansupova. As Monica mentioned, she was a former judge of the Supreme Court of Ukraine, and now she's a senior fellow at the International Institute on International and Comparative Law in the United Kingdom. She shared her articles and also lectures, and you can see here also the report prepared by our student, PhD student, from our international seminar dedicated on the rule of law in times of war. We also tried to collect the students' papers. So. Okay, thank you. Here you can see that our students, they prepared, they prepared two different papers. In the first semester, they were conducted research in the context of the rule of law. I mean Polish and Ukrainian students, but in the first semester they conducted their research independently. And in the second semester they were gathered, they were united in groups, and they were conducting in comparative research. And this was very interesting because this research contained not only a comparative element, but also a kind of integration. So it was a very fruitful and interesting integration process and collaborative process between different students. And together with Monica, we acted as a moderator of this integrative process. And the students, basically, they prepared 13 papers, not even 13, but even more, because in the first semester they prepared 15, each of Ukrainian students and Polish students, and in the second semester they also prepared about 10 papers. What is also important that they translated these papers into Polish and into Ukrainian. So on the side you can see also the translations of the papers. So it's not only about 3 language versions of all activities, but also when it comes to the materials, they were translated. And I think that this is important also, especially for Ukrainian and Polish audience, which do not speak, for example, or English. And also when it comes to other results, some students, they managed to prepare reports after our seminars, but also the major event, I would say this was our final conference conducted on site in Krakow, the Jagiellonian University, in July 2024. And what is important that we try to our students from Ukraine, they came to the conference, and we had about 6 students from Kharkiv. So they managed, due to the funds of foundation, they managed to come to Krakow. Some students, they came from different world corners. For example, from the United Kingdom or for Germany. So it was really fantastic meeting, because for the most of them, it was like the first, in-person meeting. So they saw each other for the first time in Krakow, the University, because previously they had only online classes. So it was really fantastic. And they also presented their research, the outcomes of research in the second day of the conference. So we had 2 days. The first day we were discussing different issues with our representatives from Scientific Council, as well as invited researcher. For example, Alexander Vrubel is present here, and he was invited to present his experience because he is head of Ukrainian School of Law at Zagilo University, and also other researchers. So we really had a very intensive day, and Pani Sofia was also invited, so she witnessed all these discussions. They were really very bright. So it was not, the very boring theoretical conference, but it was really very live conference, and we had a lot of discussions. And after the conference, even our colleagues from different countries, from Germany, or for example from the United States of America, because we invited Jim Moliterno, and he came from the USA. They said that our students, they're really fantastic, and they're really very, active, and so they were really impressed and simultaneously inspired by our student community. And also you can see that we prepared, for example, from my side, it was a chapter in an edited book which was published in London and edited also by Professor Monica Florczak-Wontor. This chapter on the rule of law principle in post-Soviet states. I think that this is important, that of course we have our own context and our own history, but we also have a lot of common problems. Okay. I also published a piece on the current process of European integration, which was published at the Ideas Jagiellonian Forum. And last but not least, finally, I think that the most important result of our research was that we prepared a joint article with Professor Monica Florczak, which was accepted at the and must be published soon in Przegląd Konstytucyjny. It is a very well-established Polish journal, and in this article we analyzed the experience of judicial reform, which, for example, in Ukraine started in 2016. It was a very huge social demand after the Revolution of Dignity. So, and we are still in progress, we are still in progress. So we try to analyze the results, and also what is the most important, that we have elaborated practical recommendations how we should improve the judiciary in order to be really, in order to the rule of law to be implemented in practice, not only in the theory. And we divided our article into 3 parts. So we prepared recommendations for the Constitutional Court of Ukraine, Supreme Court of Ukraine, and also the High Council of Justice and the High Qualification Commission of Judges. And as you... Sorry, maybe... Okay, can we just 1 minute? I will finish. Okay, I will say with that slide. So we elaborated the recommendations for the court, how to improve the functioning. First of all, we're talking about the engagement of international experts, and also when it comes to the public, to civil society, I think that this is also a kind of experience which could be applicable in Poland, the engagement of public society, NGOs in the commissions which influence and participate in decision-making process when it comes to the judges, for example. And also also, when it comes to the Constitutional Court, it was one of our, not only our, but of the demand of the European Community, European Union, to create a transparent procedure for the competition of judges for the Constitutional Court. So we engaged our legislation, engaged now the Public Integrity Council in this, the advisory group of experts and Public Integrity Council in Supreme Court. And this is a kind of international council which consists of representatives from different NGOs. And now they take a decision when it comes to the assessment of judges' integrity and also competence. And the final decision is, of course, for our authorities. But this is a very good example of how civil society and international experts can influence. So we researched this experience and elaborate some kind of recommendation how their work could be improved in the future. So, and of course, again, thank you very much for this great opportunity. I think it was a great chance, and we are still in progress, so we will see what will be in the future. I don't want to reveal all the details, but our article will be published, I think, in July. So it's a quite long article, about 30 pages, and there you will find, not only pure theoretical analysis, but first of all, practical recommendations. So thank you very much, and sorry for a long speech. Thank you.
And now it is my pleasure to introduce the second speaker in this panel, Professor Michal Fedorovich. Professor Fedorovich is head of the unit of the Sociology of Politics, Economy and Education at the Institute of Philosophy and Sociology at the Polish Academy of Sciences. He graduated in sociology from Warsaw University, having previously graduated in engineering from Warsaw University of Technology, working at the Warsaw Institute of Aviation. Professor Fedorovich was a scholarship holder of the Kościuszko Foundation at Cornell University and Harvard University Center for European Studies, and also coordinated the Polish research group of PISA. Professor Fedorovich is also the founder of a research group on cross-disciplinary education studies and headed the Educational Research Institute in Warsaw and Graduate School of Social Research. So please welcome.
Okay. Thank you very much for your nice introduction, and thank you, first of all, for invitation. My story is that we didn't know each other, Serhi and myself, before he came with his wife and newly born child, just born 2 or 3 days before the full-scale war. He escaped Irpin and waiting in Lviv for potential scholarship from the Polish Academy of Sciences. So actually the two institutions cooperated somewhat, because he came with the scholarship of the Polish Academy of Sciences, and then we look for other possibility how to do something together, and that's the FNP came with this possibility. We didn't believe that we can win the project. Thanks a lot. Well, in the very essence of our, actually, it runs quite quickly.
Okay.
And this way, yeah. Okay.
Concept of democracy,
Yes.
yes?
In the very beginning, in working on the project itself, we were aware that democracy as a concept is somewhat behind this war. That this is the fight between the war, the world that denied democracy and the world which tends toward democracy. Even if democracy is not ideal, if we have our own problems with democracy, still that war clearly manifested this endeavor to become democratic, to be more democratic, and this endeavor to just stop it and to counterbalance these tendencies. So we ask ourselves how it may manifest at school ambience, and this is not the question of formal manifestation of self-government, of people, of pupils' representation, of structures, formulas, but rather about the social relationships. And actually, from the perspective of the previous study on the essence of educational process, I know also that this type of relationship between the teacher and student, among students, are crucial for openness and for actual learning. So our research question was to what extent the coming from Ukraine children and youth are not only formally included at school, but also really take part of the school and really contribute and really participate in the learning process. But on the other hand, my research question was to what extent the school as such changes regarding this new situation, to what extent the school as an institution tends to become somewhat different comparing the previous times. So these two questions were behind our study. And, well, I skip the all methodological part and go to the results. Of course, we a part of our own field at schools and in individual interviews with teachers, principals, students, Ukrainian students, Polish students, and of course in Ukrainian or in Russian language conducted interviews, and also with mothers of Ukrainian students. We also read a lot of other studies to build a more broad picture. And I can say, talking about the results, that formally the Polish school managed to include practically all Ukrainian students, or perhaps almost all Ukrainian students. Well, to what extent it was effective? This is a tough question. But there are shadow points and very bright points. So we cannot stop with drawing too simplistic questions. There are both tendencies there. At the beginning, the enthusiasm to acquire Ukrainian students was really, really huge. And I can confirm, looking at it from the grassroots level, that the whole community, school community, was engaged in acquiring new students. Well, problems started quite soon later, after several weeks or months perhaps. And the typical problem was with the question of justice. And you know that for the children, the question of justice is very important, but the child's perception of justice is very, very subjective, very one point of view biased. So, in my understanding, the school were able to acquire students, but were not that much able and prepared to work with the community as such to overcome these difficulties. And also knowing that the conference about PTSD is coming soon, I can say that the knowledge about the PTSD syndrome among teachers is very low, and the preparedness to work with this syndrome and diagnosis of this syndrome is very low. Very often the too simplistic narratives emerge that this child just is laughing and nothing happens, while actually we don't know what is the real access to the imaginary of this child, and nobody matters about that. However, I can say that individual teachers Polish teachers made tremendous effort to individualize approach to the students. And they put a lot of additional work in that period and still continue to do so to really overcome individual problems. So on this level of individual relationships as a measure of democratization of the school, we can say that teachers are very sensitive to individualize the approach to the students. By contrast, the relationship between students, and especially between Polish and Ukrainian students, is somewhat disregarded, is somewhat neglected as an issue to deal with in a systematic way. It happens like it happens, and it is not our task to intervene or to build something extra. Well, I'm talking about most typical approach, although I knew very positive cases of the school and very positive work with students and with parents to build more close relationships. It exists as well. However, I can share a quite surprising result of our study, because Serhii actually had to come back to Kyiv after a certain period, and he continued doing interviews with Ukrainian mothers of displaced children, displaced internally in Ukraine, and also coming back from Poland with certain period of experience of a child in a Polish school. And these mothers told us that the experience of Polish school was somewhat more open, that something that they knew before coming to Poland. So this endeavor of openness of the teachers towards individual children somewhat was reflected by reports of the Ukrainian mothers having children in Polish schools. So this is somewhat hopeful. And my reflection is that in Poland we typically criticize the Polish school for not being too much democratic. Well, perhaps we exaggerate a little. Perhaps we somewhat take for granted that teachers are different than they were 30 years ago or 40, but they are different. They really are much more open to individual needs. What is still to do is to persuade the schools that they can and they have to do something in terms of building more tight relationships in terms of classroom ambience, and in terms of the methods of working with students, and in terms of social community. So my conclusion is actually that on the one hand, Polish educational system and Polish school, like perhaps in most countries in the world, tends to re-establish the previous type of equilibrium that it knows. That this is the natural tendency of a huge system with several hundreds of thousands of people in it. That once there is a shock, then we try to re-establish the previous procedures and do as usual. But on the other hand, there is a kind of growing agency of the student in the classroom ambience. And there is a kind of tendency of democratization of the Polish school, although it is rather slow. But perhaps it's better to have it slow but effective than too quick. Well, something that I didn't expect from this study, and I came to the conclusion when my own gain, my individual gain is that coming from the educational research, I expanded my interest to the migration research, and I'm trying now to combine migration issues and educational issues. From that perspective, I see clearly that the Polish strategy of migration neglects the potential impact of the school. That's the huge, I think this is the most important finding, which we did not absolutely expect. The finding that in building the policy of integration of migrants from everywhere, we should more explicitly include in this strategy the role of the school. And the school may develop, has the capacity to develop this type of results and impact. So this is how, and this is the last sentence, this is how we can think of building the resilient society in face of the war existing and war potential war. The role of the educational system in building the cohesive society is there, and the presence of migrants is a somewhat measure to what extent the system is able to do this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. And now we move to our last speaker in this panel. It's Dr. Natalia Otrishchenko. Dr. Otrishchenko is a sociologist and researcher at the Center for Urban History in Lviv. She has been involved in many international projects, including the Region, Nation, and Beyond at the University of St. Gallen, Memories of Vanished Populations at Lund University, Historical Cultures in Transition at Collegium Civitas, and Legacies of Communism at Leibniz Center for Contemporary History, Potsdam. Dr. Otrishchenko conducted research as Fulbright Scholar at the Department of Sociology, Columbia University, was visiting professor at the School of Advanced Studies in the Social Sciences in Paris, and a UNED Fellow at Center for Eastern European International Studies in Germany. And she is also one of the PIs in the Researching, the Collecting, Preserving, Analyzing, and Disclosing of Ukrainian War Testimonies International Project. So please welcome Dr. Otrishchenko.
Okay, I will try to navigate. Okay. Dear colleagues, it's such a pleasure and privilege to be here today. And despite the fact that the title of my talk has a certain rupture in it, it will be a story of connections. And various types of connections, and even the testimony in itself is about connecting past, present, and the future. And our project, yes. Our project is a collaboration that grows up from personal connections, as many projects presented here, but also an institutional one. And I'm talking now, but please imagine my colleague Anna Wylegala from the Institute of Philosophy and Sociology at Polish Academy of Science, who was the co-creator of this research. And also think about the whole ecosystem of this project, because it's not only about me and Anna, but it's also about our teams and our institutions. So with support of FNP, it was possible to create the project where different expertise grow. People who did interviews, people who transcribed, and also our psychologist, who was an integral part of the project that we conducted in the year 22 and 23. So I will speak about the first phase of the project, because now, together with Anya and also our colleague from the Center for Contemporary and Digital History in Luxembourg, Dr. Machteld Wenken, we are three PIs in the UCORE initiative funded by ANSAN and FNR. Our project is a lot about methodological development. So I am not going to present you such clear research results as Professor Fedorovich just did so brilliantly. So I will speak more about the methodology and the way how we created this setting where certain things were possible to create. And also think about all of the opportunities that this collection that we created with support from FNP allowed scholars to grasp this changing reality of the world that we are living in. So first and foremost, this project is a lot about exchange. So it's not a hierarchical research where one party teaches the other party how to do things. It is a horizontal connection between different types of expertise, also disciplinary. Both me and Anya, we are sociologists, but we also have historians in our team, media scholars, anthropologists. So it's also about getting different approaches to the way how testimony is created. Also, we were thinking about both short-term and long-term aims. Doing interviews amid the full-scale war is a certain psychological investment from different sides for a person who shares and also people who receive. And you have to be prepared to both share and receive. And therefore, trauma-informed approach was very crucial, and we collaborated with psychologists in our team. We do have a weekly meeting, and now we still do have this meeting because we are amid the second round of interviewing the same people with whom we conducted interviews 2 and 3 years ago. And it was also about the way how we constantly assess the risk, what is feasible and possible to do also ethically and methodologically concerning the challenges of interviewing people whose lives just shattered in front of our eyes. And also being inside the word itself. So it's a lot about positionality of scholars who are engaging in certain type of projects. And it's about longitudinal potential. Back then, 3 years ago, when we invited people to share their stories, we foresaw the possibility of having a second and third and even further meetings in the future. And now we are amid the second round of interviewing the same people. So this project is already a qualitative, longitudinal initiative. It's a lot about agency in detail, and I do believe that big concepts like democracy, like civil rights, like responsibility and resilience can be traced to very precise things that you can measure and do in your life, starting from where to go, with whom to speak, where to sit, and how to preserve the testimony. So those are certain decisions that people are making, and therefore through this project we tried to get back this right to choose to people who are part of this initiative. And what we did, so just during the first round, the first wave of interviewing people who are either internally or externally displaced due to a full-scale Russian invasion into Ukraine. We work in different regional teams. I coordinated Ukrainian team, and Anya worked with Polish team, and we also have other colleagues in Luxembourg and Germany who use the same methodology and the same approach. So see, the way how we can transfer certain solutions and certain approaches into wider audiences, also academic and beyond. So we learned a lot from each other, and we also shared because we saw it as one of our responsibilities. And through this collection, you can study almost everything. You can study social resilience, you can study relationship with animals, you can study how family ties changed, you can study attitudes to democracy, you can study changes in identity, language policies. So almost like endless line of possibilities, because we do create an archive of the stories, and it was one of the main intentions behind this initiative, that we not only record the stories here and now and create a space for people to share, but also think long term, think about this archival potential for those testimonies. And just very briefly about why people wanted to share with us, because I shared partially one of our ratios behind this idea, because we wanted to create this documentary space which might be used in the future to assess this changed period of time after full-scale Russian invasion. But why people? Why they agreed to share it with us? So first, we think about interview as a space for validations on different levels, on the level of interaction with another human being, but also on the level of archiving for the future. It's a lot about seeking justice. And I think we can discuss it later during our panel discussion about accountability and the possibility of using those materials for justice purpose. But think about justice on the different levels and simply judicial justice. Because justice is also epistemic justice, it's a moral justice, it's another levels of justice which might be gained through working with testimonies. It's also about opposing stereotypes. It was one of the motivations why people from certain regions wanted to share their stories. People who are from Crimea, who were displaced after 2014 when Crimea was occupied by Russian Federation. So they wanted to show themselves as part of this collective body of Ukrainian society, which is now internationally dispersed. And links and belongings. Like, through those interviews and through participating in documentation projects, people do create this link with others, which is also very crucial because war destroys connections. Sense of responsibility, appeal to international community. You heard many times that people are thanking to each other, and it was also one of the ideas that many people ended up sharing their testimonies with the words of thanks, either to us who listened, but also to our international colleagues, because they saw it as the way to speak to the audience outside of Ukraine. Because in Ukraine, we do have different experiences of the war, but more or less we'll have certain shared reality, embedded reality, but it is not a reality that you could share with the others who are not living between the shellings. And therefore, it was an idea to talk about this experience, to share it with others. And finally, historical agency. And here I will give you just one quote from this huge amount of interviews, which gives you a sense of why people share. Because they see themselves as historical actors, and here I'm bridging to previous panel, Dr. Zakharchenko's presentation about historical references, because it is also one of the topics that could be explored through this collection, how people refer to the past in a broad sense, and what stories from the past they use as an anchor for their current experiences. So for this lady from Irpin who shared her testimony with me, it was the way to create this link with the future and also to become a historical actor, because her experience matters. And it's one of the big outcomes of this projects and documentation and the whole archival fever that we might have in Ukraine now. It's like we are here and we do exist despite the fact of this genocidal war trying to evaporate us. So finally, we can have all of these motivations grasped into three big topics. So understanding, basically this collection might be used for research purposes and understanding certain aspects of Ukrainian, but not only Ukrainian society, with global networks and connections. It's about memory creation and also archive as one of the metaphors and containers for collective memory, and also justice broadly defined. So basically, it's all possible because we are collecting and we are archiving, and now we are amid the second round of our interviewing, as I mentioned. And for you to have something out of my talk, I am happy to share with you the electronic version of the book, a book of interviews with my colleagues from Ukraine, researchers and scholars who are documenting the war through the means of interviews. So through this QR code, you can easily access it. It's only in Ukrainian now, but we do work on English translation, so it will be also available for the audiences beyond the one who can speak and read Ukrainian. So thank you again for this opportunity, and I'm looking forward to further exchange.
Yes, and I would like to invite all the speakers in this panel to join us here for the panel discussion. We are really late on our schedule, but I hope that the organizers will allow us to take a few minutes. to discuss such interesting projects. And before I open the floor to the public, just one opening question. Well, in times of this unjust war of aggression against Ukraine in breach of international criminal and humanitarian law, the public demand for accountability and justice is really high on their agenda. It's really unprecedented. There is, of course, an external dimension, that's the aggressor, right? Accountability for the aggressor state, but also an internal dimension, demand for justice, perhaps within one's own country, demand for upholding the rule of law and democratic state. So in your opinion, what are the main challenges for meeting these demands for justice in the broadest sense? Perhaps, yeah.
Only the most difficult who will start. Okay, thank you very much for this very, I would say, complex question. I will try to be short. First of all, you're absolutely right. There is some internal challenges and also external challenges, yeah? And I am absolutely agree with what Natalia said when it comes to justice. If you are talking about justice in Ukraine, there is a huge social demand for justice. And justice as such could be, of course, analyzed from different, contexts. If we're talking about legal justice, justice before the court, before the law, of course, I can say that according to different data, according to different surveys, we have a very low level of confidence to our courts. And I mean, in Ukraine, this is a huge problem. I think that the highest level was about 30%, and it was in 2016 after the Revolution of Dignity and after the introduction of judicial reform, and this was the highest number. So, but still it's very low, 30%, it's very low, and this is because of course, corruption, and simply we have this, intuition, I think, in Ukrainian society that people, they do not confident, and they don't trust in state authorities. And nowadays, for example, the highest level of trust is in the military forces, So still, if we compare the level of trust to the president, the parliament, as well as to courts, is quite low. So this is our internal, demand, and I think it's not only because of European integration, but because there is a huge and very strong social demand in society. So this is the first reason. The next one, so of course, war is a huge challenge, and it's difficult, to conduct reforms in terms of war and judicial reforms as such because of objective reasons. There are some subjective factors, which I mentioned, but there are a lot of objective factors, and nowadays a lot of court trials, they are conducted online, and there is a really, when it comes to this, because of safety reasons. From external perspective, this is a main requirement of our EU status. I mean, if we want to join the European Union, so we have to conduct and we have to create independent access to independent and impartial court and a fair trial, if we could say. Because this is one of the first Copenhagen criteria that we have to maintain the stability of democracy, democratic institutions. So the level of the rule of law, human rights, and democracy must be, at very high. So it's our direct requirement, and I can say that the status of the member country to the European Union, the candidate to the European Union, it was granted because we basically have managed to implement the first step, the constitutional reform, the reform of the competition to the Constitutional Court. So, it's very shortly, but I agree with you that there are a lot of internal and external challenges.
So maybe shortly, just in order to add some insights from our project. This problem of the accountability is, of course, important and included into the discussion about the judicial reforms. And I must admit that it was, this topic of the accountability was a kind of problem, at least when it comes to our project, because we were trying to focus the discussion when it comes to those scientific events into the future. And we were trying to make the discussion constructive in order to think about the solutions. But the problem of the accountability makes, firstly, that we had to come back to the past and to talk about the former reforms that were in Ukraine and that were in Poland that are connected with the accountability. So this was a huge challenge. And secondly, it brings the emotions to the discussion, which is also a challenge in order to speak and discuss objectively about our problems. So just maybe I will add in such a way.
Yes, you mentioned the demand for justice among the school children. No?
Children.
Yeah.
But surprisingly, I would reach the other end of the system, not children, but rather I would expect more cooperation between the ministries of education, between Ukraine and Poland. I know this cooperation was pretty good at the beginning of the Furskai War, and I don't know exactly what happened later. But in order to activate more social dimension of schoolwork, we need also quite systematic approach and kind of cooperation between at the top level. So that's my not obvious answer. That let's not expect that children would do them themselves, but let's think of change in the Polish system as well. That supports the social activity of the school and understanding of parents, of both Polish and Ukrainian parents, that this social relationships of schooling is perhaps even more important than the direct outcomes of learning.
Thank you. Well, testimonies collected for justice have its own logic and the way of creation. And our testimonies are mainly for memory purposes. But if I can refer to experiences of my colleagues, for instance, Initiative Tribunal for Putin, they collected about 80,000 cases, which might be used as the court cases for accountability purposes. But also think about the level of archiving and how archiving is crucial. You might remember the recent case of disappearance of around 30,000 cases around displaced Ukrainian children from Yale collection, because no one knows is there any copy of this digital data? And those are cases about children which were abducted to Russian Federation, and it happened in the United States. So we might think about this level of preservation, these digitally born sources of the war, as another crucial dimension where we have to take action. And the justice that I'm thinking about, this epistemic justice or injustice, I'm borrowing Miranda Fricker's idea, also on the level of testimonial injustice, when your account is not trusted by the setting itself. And many people do face this distrust to their account and their experiences. And it's something that we are trying to overcome with this type of project, because it's also about validation, as I mentioned. Because through preserving in the archive, the testimony receives a certain level of validity, which is not possible through other means.
Thank you very much for your reflection. I would like to ask you many more follow-up questions, but unfortunately we are so out of time. We have time for one question from the audience. No? Yeah.
Like one question, so I don't know if
We can do half.
I have a question to Professor Fedorovich. What do you think minding Ukrainian children in Polish school, what Polish school nowadays lacks and what it needs?
I think that we suffer of not satisfying cooperation between various institutions. In my understanding, the most effective way to open the school, to continue opening of the school, of the teaching process, of learning process to the other, is the essential change of the method of learning, which opens towards more agency of students and more agency of the teacher. I think this is essential for both, for migrant students and for Polish students as well. And in order to do this, to continue this process, we should somewhat appreciate those teachers who really do this. And why they are not that few, quite many teachers who practice that, but there are somewhat in a shadow, somewhat not really seen by the others, by the parents, by the system. So, and also one more thing that's why I asked about imagination, social imaginaries. I think also what's hampering the real change in education is the outdated imaginaries of parents and really individualistic approach to the child from the parents' side, without understanding of the role of social relations for learning and for the development of their child. So this is really very complex, and this is our common task. Thank you.
Okay, actually it's quite funny because I had two questions, but then I'll cut them in half and I will have one short question and one short comment, if I may. Dr. Natalia Otryshenko, I'm amazed by the potential of your project. I'm a lawyer, so I'm contaminated by the notion of justice, but moral justice and this legal justice, they are oftentimes close to each other, and I hope that, and they are at the same time mutually changeable in time. So this time capsule which you created is awesome from this perspective, and this is really cool. At the same time, we lawyers know something what is called limitation periods, and this is something what is saved from time, because we have those limitation periods because human memory fades, and you preserved it. So it's extremely cool. And I have a question to Professor Monika Florczak-Wontor and Professor Krystyna Trychlib. And of course, thank you for the possibility to participate in events in the frame of the project. And it was extremely awesome idea to engage students. I'm just wondering from one perspective, because when I'm talking with my students during the lectures, these are people who are young people. They're especially delicate to their surrounding and also to the justice system, judges, etc. And I was wondering whether those students, they were only lawyers or they were also non-lawyers. participating, because I think that the problem, lawyers have as we see, hermetic perspective of reality, and just I was wondering, because it would be amazing, for example, if it will be even mixtured group of students. I wonder if these were only law students. Thank you.
Thank you. Short answer. So we basically, there were only law students, but they were from different courses, starting with the first, the second, and also the last one. And I think that when it comes to the first year student, of course, they are not, they're not, we could not say that have this legal deformation of conscience. So, so they try to research the problem from different perspectives. And what is important that we didn't limit them. I mean, they criticized a lot, the judicial system, and so they were really very free to research. We helped them to communicate and to find sources. But when it comes to the results and to the nature, to the content, they were not limited. Yeah, but they were specifically law students.
So I would like to thank all the panelists for this wonderful discussion, and I hope that discussions continue over the coffee break. So thank you very much, and a round of applause for our presenters.
Thank you so much for panelists. Thank you so much for moderators. Since we're out of time, instead of 15 minutes coffee break, we have 5 minutes. Sorry. Yes, and as Professor Oprysk mentioned, that you can continue your conversations during the coffee break. And we come back in 5 minutes. Thank you. We now move to the last panel, Valorization and Practice. Applying the results of bilateral projects in Poland and Ukraine. This discussion will focus on how scientific research can be effectively translated into real-world solutions for civil society. I would like to invite the moderator, Miroslava Kerik, President of Ukrainian House, to lead this important discussion.
Dzień dobry, dobry dzień. Hello to everyone. I think I have a very difficult task to lead the last panel when we have very short time. And I hope you drink coffee so you will not fall asleep, and because we have very interesting panels and very interesting discussion and presentations to listen. And I think for me as a practitioner it will be, and which deals with all the 4 spheres of presentation. So we volunteers, youth, labor market, activization for skilled employee, for skilled migrants. So it's everything is kind of what we do in our practice life. So I would be interested to listen about your research, your findings and recommendations, what we as a representative of civic society organizations dealing with supporting migrants and refugees, we can implement. So I'm really, really happy to introduce first of the panelists, and also this is the next challenge which I have. I usually have problem with properly naming people, so please, or institutions, so please forgive me. The first panelist we will have, the panelists will talk about. Once again, the first presentation is titled Strengthening People's Commitment to Volunteering for Refugees from Ukraine, Motivations of Volunteers and Intentions Behind Volunteering, the Role of Psychological and Social Factors. This research, as previous one, were done by Polish and Ukrainian researchers. And my first was Professor Agata Chudyńska-Czupawa from SWPS University of Psychology Department, which with the seat in Katowice, and Professor Nadia Hapon from Philosophy and Psychology Department from Ivan Franko National University. And for now, Professor Nadia Hapon will present the topic.
Drodzy koledzy, dzień dobry. W czasie przerwy poczułam od szanownej pani profesor Warszawskiego Uniwersytetu, że uczy język ukraiński, ja też uczę polski. Dlatego chcę w języku polskim podziękować waszej pięknej organizacji, Fundacji na Rzecz Nauki Polskiej, prezesowi i koordynatoru programu, zwłaszcza drogiej naszej pani Zofii Azowcowi. I życzę wam wszystkiego najlepszego, sukcesów, zdrowia. No, wojna trwa, ale my musimy przeżyć i rozbudować nasze państwa jak najlepiej, w harmonii, w demokratycznych wartościach. Nasz projekt był bardzo interesujący. Jeszcze raz dziękuję wszystkim, tym ludziom, a to było bardzo dużo ludzi badanych i które robili różne warsztaty, treningi. A chcę, żeby te wyniki w języku angielskim przedstawiła moja kolega, asystent profesora Olga Kozaczenko z Uniwersytetu Narodowego we Lwowie. Proszę bardzo, pani Olgo.
Dziękuję bardzo. This presentation were prepared by Professor Nadia Hapon, and I only helped with reading this presentation and key information. Okay. You can see laureates of this project, and Okay, in this slide you can see a main goal of this project, and we can see it was to build a holistic model of engagement in volunteering, take into account both motivation and emotional factors, and the signification on variables what so far have not been studied in situation of helping people during the wartime. Okay, and laureates can some results, and results one. In this slide you can see how many volunteers took part in this survey, and it was 285 Ukrainian and 435 Polish volunteers, and it was some survey, but some subject reports, interview from this volunteer, and their experience were also collected. And the next, what's the main results? And you can see that results show us that Ukrainian volunteers reported significantly higher level of depression, stress, problem-focused, emotional-focused, and avoidant coping. And the some higher level of psychological capital, for example, than Polish volunteers. And the analysis found that symptom of post-traumatic stress, coping with stress, being a female, unemployed, and religious were significantly associated with motivation factors. And Ukrainian volunteers could significantly reduce negative feeling and strengthen social networks and religions fed by volunteering, while the Polish volunteers were significantly more likely to gain skills and psychological development from helping others. Okay, and this study confirms the importance of the impact of depression and stress, as well as psychological capital and psychological resilience for intention to be a volunteer. And results 3, another important goal was to strengthen volunteer engagement and encourage their intention to be a volunteer. And through the study, laureates learned that factors contribute to volunteer engagement, have to plan invitation to foster volunteer psychological well-being, and develop an effective intervention for dealing with volunteer-related stress and effective stress prevention. And what about material results? It was 4 scientific articles. Another result was the preparation of some materials, and you can see the example how to help yourself and the other during the wartime. And these materials was in Polish, Ukrainian, and English language, and was in the some web page. Okay, you can see a picture of university in Ternopil, and laureates have some lecture with elements of workshop for NGOs, and in the next slide you can see also some lecture. It was in Kremenets in Ternopil region 2. It's a photo, some lecture in Kyiv, and some lecture with element of workshop in Lviv, Ivan Franko National University. Okay, and what about conference? The results of this project was presented at 9 scientific conferences in different countries. You can see Poland, Ukraine, Portugal, and other, and in radio and press media. Okay, and result 7. Laureates developed and published some materials on the website, and they also made some guide for volunteer about different aspects. You can see which. Okay, and in Katowice University was some center, research center, what has been established in this project. And thank you.
Well, you really took very fast. You presented very fast, so I hope we will manage to be in time. So I now invite the second presenters. The second topic is the determinants of labor market performance and well-being of high-skilled Ukrainian refugees in Poland. This research was done by Professor Piotr Stanek from Krakow Economic University and Professor Maxim Obrizan from Kyiv School of Economics. And from what I know, we will have the Professor Obrizan on the screen, and then Professor Stanek will answer the questions from here. So we are now looking for the Professor Obrizan, and please, floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me well. And I'm very grateful for this opportunity to present our research here. And of course, to the Foundation for Polish Science for this great opportunity to continue working on research in Ukraine, because, I stayed in Ukraine from the beginning of the full-scale aggression, and it's very important that we get the support. And this is like a joint project with Piotr Stanek and also Jan Fidmuch. So we worked together on this project. So let me start with the presentation. You can see, you don't see, okay, give me 1 second. Should I? You don't see, you don't see, okay, give me 1 second how to do it. Maybe like this. But I'm sharing screen. Can you share, because I'm sharing the screen? Should I try again? Just 1 second.
Something is going on. Okay. So we see now, yeah? No? So a few moments, we are waiting for connection. Okay. Now we don't hear you.
Can you hear me now? Sorry.
Yes.
Okay. Can you see the presentation?
No.
Because I'm sharing the screen.
Yes. Now we can see.
Okay.
So you can put the full screen then.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. Is it okay? Good. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. So we were interested in this project in the effects of Russian full-scale aggression on displacement of Ukrainians in Poland in particular, because it was the largest since the end of the Second World War. And I think it's little is known about their socioeconomic status, their characteristics, why they left Ukraine. And we wanted in this study to address these issues. We obviously know all the conditions that Ukrainians in Europe are protected. So they have the right to work, study, and get welfare benefits. And we also know that from a demographic perspective, most of them are women. Often they have children and the elderly. At the same time, they are better educated and economically more active, but they don't speak the local language in the country of presence. And although they are employed, but they often suffer from this occupational downgrading. When having a higher education, maybe they'll be doing some basic skills which don't require higher education. In terms of numbers, again, as we mentioned, it's the largest since the World War II. We have at the beginning we have up to 8 million who were displaced and now we have up to 5 million in Europe, and about 3.7 million who are internally displaced in Ukraine. And of course, countries like Poland, Germany, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Moldova, Netherlands, and others, they have more than 100,000 refugees. Poland itself has almost like 1 million refugees. And in addition, before the full-scale aggression, there are a lot of economic migrants. So some estimates say it's about 1 million Ukrainians have been working like in Poland as migrants. And in terms of this project, it was titled Determinants of Labor Market Performance and Well-being of High-Skilled Ukrainian Refugees in Poland. And again, it's been funded by FNP with some funding also from LEM. And we did a lot of work for this project. So we have recruited 400 Ukrainian refugees, mostly in Krakow area. So we conducted surveys in November, December. And after that, we have invited 150 of them to the networking event in Krakow in December. And after that, we offered training in Excel, Power BI, Polish and English language, so that they can improve their job market skills in Poland. And there was like a second round from May to December 2024 for those who were not selected for the first round. And we have conducted surveys before and after and wanted to learn about the effect of this training on their job market outcomes. And I'll present preliminary results here because we are still working with some of our results. So we conducted a survey of these 400 refugees in Poland in terms of this, what we called Crowd Club project. But we wanted to compare them to those who stayed in Ukraine. And we added a few questions to the omnibus survey conducted by Kyiv International Institute of Sociology. And for this first study, we'll be talking about determinants of happiness, trust, and self-declared health. So these are kind of common measures of sort of non-economic, non-monetary well-being. And the second question, we were interested to learn who were more likely to become a refugee in Poland. We try to make it like a random survey for these 400 people in Krakow. So we have like about 400 people in Krakow, and we have 2,000 Ukrainians who stayed in Ukraine. And the way we designed it, the questions were identical in the two surveys, so we could merge data set because again, by design, they were very identical. So like, let's start with some descriptive statistics, like kind of how these two samples compare. And in terms of happiness and trust, we don't find much difference between those who left Ukraine and those who stayed in Ukraine, but refugees are healthier. Perhaps, like they maybe could be younger. There are more females among refugees, and there are more educated or still students in this Polish subsample. And another interesting observation is that refugees often come from urban regions and especially large cities like in Ukraine, and they are more likely to be unemployed and they're less likely to be retirees. However, again, we can attribute it probably to the goals of our program because we were focusing on mostly higher educated people. What is interesting, a lot of these people have visited European Union before the full-scale aggression. However, probably because of this downgrade in terms of their occupation, they are slightly worse off economically. And in addition, they are slightly less exposed to this war-related violence, because that was like one of our key questions. Did they leave because of the violence they experienced or for other reasons? So for the methodological part, we estimated linear probability regression models for these three key variables of interest. If a person reported being happy or rather happy, is a person trusts or rather trusts others, and whether a person has a good health or very good health. And obviously, the remaining will be what? Not happy, don't trust others, and not in a good health. Like a binary outcome, just two values. So like we split it. And in addition, we also added another question about, are you what is the probability that you are self-selected into this Polish sample? So in terms of the results, what is interesting is that Ukrainian refugees in Poland are less happy. which is kind of, again, we can think about it like a little bit strangely because they don't experience these war violence anymore. Like they don't have to go to the bomb shelter. They don't hear this, rockets and drones. But apparently separation from family and friends, maybe hardship of living in a different country, different culture, maybe different language barrier, or maybe past traumatic experiences. And these happiness penalty, as we call it, again, for being refugee, only appears after we control for individual characteristics such as like gender and economic well-being and so on. And refugees in Poland, in principle, they are similar in terms of trust and health. So like we only have a difference in terms of happiness, but not in terms of other two characteristics. And after controlling for these individual socioeconomic characteristics, refugees in Poland are not healthier than those who stayed. Again, because we control like for gender and age and so on. Like in terms of distinguishing between these two types, who was more likely to be a refugee, as we stated in the beginning, from the literature, right? And this is confirmed in our sample. We have more females, we have more younger people, and again, a lot of them are coming from urban areas. And also, question is sort of how did it help them, to become a refugee? The fact that they have been to EU before the full-scale war, was it experience or maybe some past contacts? And again, given our focus on this better educated people, in our sample, refugees are more educated, less likely to be low-skilled workers, and also more likely to be students and unemployed. However, refugees are economically worse off, and they're more likely to be just affording like sort of some mere necessities, while in the Ukrainian sample, we have, people who can afford more than just like basic stuff. In addition, so the question is, how did violence affected refugee status? And we did not find much evidence that violence actually affected their moving to Poland in this case. And we asked about, did you lose a close friend or relative in this war? Or did you experience like life-threatening, lack of medicines or food? Or did you just experience maybe like minor inconveniences like, blackouts, like when you don't have electricity? But none of those is like statistically significant in our studies. And we argue that probably people left because of the threat of violence, not because of the actual violence they have experienced. And in principle, people who have been directly affected, maybe if you lost property, you lost all your savings, maybe it's even more difficult for you to move. Like again, a little bit paradoxical here, but people who kind of suffered, they are often staying and not moving, which is again a little bit paradoxical. In terms of other results which we observed, like in terms of policy recommendations here, we observe that education is contributing to more happiness, trust, and health. And again, I've heard interesting discussion about the role of education in the previous panel. So again, here education plays a good role once again. And happiness, health increase with economic well-being because we control for different level of subjective well-being, what people can afford. And again, property damage, injury, deaths of close relatives does not affect these three outcomes. Maybe it's a survivor effect, right? People who kind of had this traumatic experience but survived because of, support received from others. Maybe that's why, they have this positive attitude. And the only thing which really lowers happiness is this experience of major minor inconvenience, like, don't have enough food because, again, supplies have been cut in the beginning of the war, or maybe even like don't have like electricity. It's like really people think it's not good, and it reduces their trust. To some extent, this also reduce trust and health, but to like again statistical and in terms of coefficients, it's like a smaller effect. So like in terms of the conclusions for this first study, we have two more coming, right? But we still kind of work with the data. So like this first descriptive paper. So refugees tend to leave preemptively, not because they experienced violence, but maybe being afraid of this violence. Again, mostly it's women with children, with elderly. However, they have to pay the price when they leave, because they are economically well off, and they also have this happiness penalty, so they are less happy being abroad, which is again a little bit paradoxical because they don't experience this war violence. And in general, the happiness and to lesser extent trust and health are negatively affected by conflict, but probably not to the level we would experience, right? It's not like that losing like a close relative, but some kind of minor inconveniences which play a role. But again, probably we would be probably expecting more from that results. So thank you so much for this great opportunity once again. And I can answer questions, or maybe Piotr, if he's in the audience, can answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope we will have questions later on. So now I would like to, I'm back to Warsaw, and now I would like to invite our next panelist. And she will present the project Activating Change, Empowering Youth Civic Engagement Among Forced Migrants and Internally Displaced Populations in Poland and Ukraine. This project was conducted by Dr. Angelika Popek from Youth in the Center Lab at the SWPS University, and Dr. Marina Marko, Chair of the Pedagogy, Psychology and Management Education at the Zakarpattia Institute of Postgraduate Pedagogical Education. Sorry, this is big title, big name, but and this university is in Uzhhorod in Ukraine. So now Angelika will present. Sorry, I know Angelika from many years. So that's Angelika Popek will present the result of the research. Floor is yours.
Thank you. I need to put here. Which button should I click?
This you click to the right and here to the left.
To the right. Let's check it. Good. That's back. Very good. Thanks again. Thank you. My name is Angela Popek. I'm from the University SWPS. Over here, I'm standing over here one more time. My name is Angela Popek. I'm from the University SWPS in Warsaw. And our study has recently started, so we don't have much results to show, but preliminary results in what we are planning to do and what is the aim of our study and our team. That's what I'm going to show today. First of all, we would like to thank a lot to Pani Sofia and to the director of Foundation for Polish Science that we have an opportunity to bring up such an important topic. I research children and youth with migrant and refugee background for years, but in this project we will particularly focus on the active life, on the active positioning, active civic life. The short name of our project is Empower. You can find a little bit more information on our website, which I will present in a moment, and that's the full name, Activating Change. We hope that we will activate some change after doing that project, empowering youth civic engagement among forced migrants and internally displaced population in Poland and in Ukraine. Here are the leaders of this project. We have the website. There are several information that you can find here. So if you are interested in such topic in the results, please do check out, do reach us. We will be very happy to share the results of our study when they are ready, hopefully early autumn or mid-autumn this year. Here's our project team. Most of us are here today. That's Polish team, 2 people working on the project. That's me, Angela Popek, and the student, Anastasia Mikhailova. She's here with us today. And Ukrainian team consists of Dr. Marina Marko. She's here today with us. And Yuri Hupalo, a PhD student who was not able, of course, come to Poland to join us for this meeting. What are the aims? That's important. We would like to study the civic engagement of young refugees, forced migrants from Ukraine in Poland, and internally displaced populations in Ukraine. We reach youth at the age of 15 up to 15 up to 18 years old, and we do conduct individual interviews and talk about what makes them to get engaged in some civic activities, what those civic activities give to them, what is the purpose, and what are the results. Why do we do that? Because we believe that if someone been living in another country or within the different city, if they are internally displaced populations, for maximum 3 years, because there are some populations who just arrived last year, right? And they do engage in civic activities, that's probably a kind of thing, another level of integration within that society. That's another step of integration within that society. In that research, we pay much of attention to youth agency, their active positioning in different spheres. Those spheres can be either at school or out of school, in different areas. That's a little bit about our methodology. We have 2 parts of our study. First, we are doing qualitative, in-depth interviews with youth and also with the representatives of different institutions. And later, we are planning to do focus groups with youth to generate more ideas how to engage youth who are internally displaced or who are refugees in Poland, how to make them be more active in the society where they live in. Our study is pretty extensive, and that's why we are just at the beginning of it. And here you can see the distribution of our planned interviews, both individual and focus groups. We are conducting interviews in 2 parts of Poland, Mazowieckie and Podkarpackie, Subcarpathian. We conduct in Warsaw and Sierra-Siedlce with Radom, in Rzeszów, in Tarnobrzeg with Przemyśl. In Ukraine, we conduct the study in Lviv Oblast and Zakarpattia Oblast. We are Lviv and Truskavets sharing with Novoyavorivsk, Uzhhorod, and Mukachevo. And here you can see the IDIs number. We also do the IDIs, meaning in-depth interviews with the stakeholders from different institutions, and those institutions are both governmental, like youth councils from the city halls or ministries, but also with the NGOs, such as Ukrainian House or Ukrainian houses at different cities. For example, in Przemyśl or Rzeszów, there are also different foundations that support Ukrainian youth. And later on, we are planning to have 1 focus group in each city. That's the total number. We will have, hopefully, we'll have 160 interviews in total, so pretty much data to analyze. Our main deliverables, what we want to achieve. First of all, we are going to write the policy brief, the report with the recommendations towards different agencies, towards different institutions, governmental and non-governmental, on how to help internally displaced and refugee youth to be more active in another society where they happened to live for a moment, how to ensure they know how to engage, how to ensure they have enough skills to engage. And the second point is very important to my mind, educational program guidelines. As those who are from Poland, you might have heard that there is a new subject coming next year, next school year, to a school, which is called civic education. And as appeared, civic education subject, that's going to be from the 1st of September, has very much to do with our project topic. It's about how active is youth in Poland. And we consider that though that youth, it's not only Polish youth, but also other nationalities who live in that society, right? So we also want to contribute to that program that's going to be taught in high school in Poland. Definitely we will do some scientific publication and publications in media. What's important, we are planning to hold workshops for youth, probably for their parents and for some institutions, informing them where, how, and why they should engage in the civic activities, on which level they can engage, and hopefully with the partnership with different NGOs. While doing the research, we are traveling to different cities and make partnership with different institutions, both governmental and non-governmental, and we want to bring them for a panel, for a final conference, to discuss and show the possibilities for those groups of youth. Definitely conferences will be in our place. Just preliminary findings. What we do find, we find that despite living for less than 3 years in Poland or in Ukraine, in different places, some youth is active, and that makes us happy. And they are active both at some schools. Those youth mostly are in a high school. For example, in class councils or school councils. They find and they meet a lot of problems to get to the school councils, as they have to be elected by the majors. So being for a lesser year at a school, you have to be elected by the major of students. But some of them do hold those positions. Most of the youth who are active are doing volunteering in different foundations at different institutions. They do volunteer and help either young children to integrate in a new society, in a new city, or elderly people, or the same youth as they are. And they engage in different forms. And when we're talking about active youth, it doesn't necessarily mean that everyone is walking around and making the protests and shouting they are active. Not necessarily. They can do a lot of stuff while not being even noticed. And what we found out, that very often those youth are brought for the first time to the activity either by their friends or by their parents. So it's not necessarily that they've been active forever, for ages from the beginning. No, but when they come to some activity, they find out that it's nice, it's good to be engaged here, and later on continue being and doing these civic activities. We also paid attention to different roles of structures, such family, school, and civic education, which I've mentioned, and some NGOs. But what's important, if you have noticed or not, civic education that's going to be at schools, at high school in Poland, has 3 major components: knowledge, skills, and agency. That's what exactly we stated from the very beginning in our project. To be active, you should know where you can be active, and you should have some basic skills. Youth do not bring those skills from nowhere. They have to be taught. And I hope that this, in joining the civic education, will be able to produce more fruitful results. And finally, we do notice the difference between the experience in civic engagement within internally displaced youth and refugee youth in Poland. And we find out that those internally displaced youth, they still very much experience war while still living in Ukraine, and that's affect their vision, their activities, while youth in Ukraine, particularly those who have lived here for about 3 years, they have started their integration more in Poland, and many of them even do not remember their experience of living Ukraine so much. Many of them were, if they are 15 now, at the moment of leaving, they were 12, right? So they were quite young. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. So now I'm inviting the next presenter. We will have a presentation which calls Welcome to Polska, Analysis of Integration of Young Poles and Ukrainians after 24 February 2022 for encouraging the adaptation of Ukrainian students in Poland. So this research was conducted by Professor Joanna Getka from the Warsaw University, Institute of the Intercultural Studies of the Central Eastern Europe at the Applied Applied Linguistic Faculty, and Professor Halina Nayenko from the Ukrainian Language and Applied Linguistic Chair of the Educational Research Institute of the Philology from Taras Shevchenko National University in Kyiv. So I invite Professor Yana Getka to present the results of her research.
Okay. Our presentation is mostly some kind of pictures. So after all those texts, you will see mostly pictures here. At the end of the day, I think it may us everybody open our eyes. Okay, so the full-scale attack, Russia on Ukraine on February 24, 2022, caused a wave of refugees on scale unprecedented in Europe since Second World War. Ukrainians had been obviously migrated to Poland before, but the scale of the phenomenon we can show comparing the situation at the beginning of the war, 2013, 2014, and in 2022. So I don't know if you're aware of it, but the migration increased 150 times. So it is huge numbers. The project adopted an approach that sudden, unexpected, and at the same time, given that many Polish people, many Polish families took in refugees into their home, very intensive contact between Poles and Ukrainians after 2022 should be described in the terms of culture shock. It is probably you know the concept. It's include 4 stages. First one is the phase of fascination, often also referred or called as touristic phase. Everything is new, interesting, and seems to be perfect. And then starts second phase. It is already a phase of shock. Because you have to stand out problems that you have in normal day in other country, institutions, medicines, doctors, and other things like this. After then is when we already overcome those problems, we start other stage. It is the stage of overcoming the problems, the revival, and it leads to acceptance of foreign culture. Or at this stage, we can also give up and fail the project, the idea of adaptation. Importantly, we recognize that in the context of Polish-Ukrainian cultural contact after 2022, we should talk in this cultural shock not only in case of Ukrainians, but also in case of Poles. Hosting them. Yeah? And it is confirmed in sociological research. They are regularly conducted among Poles, for example, by CEBOS institution. So the studies shows the decline of social acceptance of receiving refugees from Ukraine from 94% in March 2022 to 53% in September 2024. This, I suppose, is a result of the lack of knowledge, assuming that the awareness of each other cultures, habits, is a fertile ground of disinformation campaigns, primarily Russian ones, which increase Polish-Ukrainian tensions. I assume also that Polish-Ukrainian intercultural contact is entered in this delayed second phase of full shock, disencouragement, which may lead soon to rejection, hostility, especially in conditions where potential conflict are fueled again by third-party Russia. We believe also that the revival, this last stage, constructive cooperation after the experiencing the cultural shock is possible thanks to understanding the realities and conditions. That's why we decide to conduct the study, and now I'm in the moment when we conduct the study with three groups of students. Totally, it was 220 people. They were divided into three groups: Ukrainians in Ukraine. Second group, it was Ukrainian students who moved to Poland, and after the full-scale invasion 2022, the study was fall 2023, so year after their coming here. And third group was Polish students. The selections of respondents determined the diversity of the surveys directed to them, and we prepare it in bigger, not only me and here is Halina Nayenko group, but also with other cooperators, workers, employees of Institute of Central and Eastern Intercultural Studies, Dr. Monika Grącka and Dr. Rostysław Kramer. The surveys had similar format, included over 700 questions. Both. There were closed types of questions, self-assessment from 1 to 6, where 1, it was no knowledge in the indicated area, and 6, full orientation. And there was also open-ended questions to perception of Poland and Ukraine. Question that we asked was effect of long discussions of our team, and I would say that the team also reflected this group that we were asking. So there were Poles in this group. There was one, refugee after 2022, and there was Ukrainian who came here to Poland before and have to manage already those tasks that refugees in 2022 have done, and it was new for them. Questions we discussed and questions we wanted to ask, it was totally basic questions about the reality, history, culture, habits, both Polish and Ukrainians. Poles and Ukrainians, and we thought about things that are constitute for identity, cultural identity. So, for example, that's why we ask about Holocaust, for example, Polish national uprisings, about beginnings of Polish statehood. Those are very, I would say, easy questions. But here you see what the self-assessment is. It's not very important, but this blue one is rather, I don't know nothing. Yes, so just to have orientation, you can see that on mostly of our questions, Ukrainians in Ukraine, about Polish anti-Soviet opposition, about Polish-Ukrainian cultural contacts in the past and nowadays, about Polish negotiation before NATO, about who is Lech Wałęsa, for example, years of existence, Polish People's Republic, when Poland was baptized. Yeah? Knowledge is totally zero. Yeah. Then, who is Tadeusz Kościuszko? Yeah, those are people or acting when was Polish Warsaw Uprising, what was Solidarność. Yeah, these are things that people simply don't know nothing about. Yeah. Next type of questions were if you know about this, yes or no. And then if someone answered yes, we then asked again question, it mean what? Yeah, and then we examine if this knowledge is real or not. And there, where was the first capital of Poland? When is Polish Independence Day? Who is cursed soldiers? And then Ukrainians in Poland, it is after this 1 year. As you can see, some are changed, but still knowledge is low. Yeah, the questions was the same. We assume that this low knowledge, and I want to say that we asked, excuse me, not very smart people or not educated. Yeah, there were students, so people who want to be aspirate for being elite of our societies. Yeah, it is the result of self-oriented educational system. Yeah, simply we in Poland, our children are taught about Polish people and Polish history, less about Ukrainian one. Yeah, and the same situation is in Ukraine. But this situation leads to wide pool of manipulation that Russia can conduct, because we are like this carte blanche. Yeah, they can do everything with us that they want to do. So what we decide to do? Obviously, what the result? What do we want? We want to give a tool. We obviously prepare some scientific article. They are already printed. We did workshop, but here, excuse me, with for my skepticism, but I think that this scientific work stay only in a narrow group of interested people. So we decide, and we wanted to do some kind of guide, Polish-Ukrainian cultural guide, write in Polish and English to Ukrainian to show that they are both together. And as you can see, there was a question about Polish statehood, and then you have information about it. Yeah, there was a question about Ukrainian statehood tradition, and you have about King Danilo, for example, information. You have information about together fight and showing that it was a great part of history. About different people from Polish and Ukrainian history, about uprisings, about partitions of Poland, and politics after it, about Polish-Ukrainian cooperation, I would say. Yeah, about Piłsudski and discussion about to be aware of different type of narratives also in Poland, about Ukrainian history, because about this revival Renaissance nobody in fact knows. Yeah, about Auschwitz, Holocaust, and Holocaust from So that's why we wanted to just only for show few. This guide is open access. He is on the page of Institute of Central and Eastern Intercultural Studies. I think it may be interesting for foundation to put it also in your page. Maybe it will be more accessible. As you can see, all those topics are here. Excuse me, we finish on this page.
So I invite our speakers to the. I mean, we have. I think I will put myself one more. No, we have. Yeah, I will put myself one more. Okay. So please come. Please sit down. How many? No. Max. Yeah, we can put Maxim if it's possible to put Maxim, and please. Professor Azovtseva gave us 15 minutes additional one, so she understands that there probably are many questions to the presentations, and I think it's very complicated to do it like 15 minutes. I think 10 minutes left on these 15 minutes, but we'll try. I was thinking how to pass one question to you all, but it's very challenging, so maybe not one to all, and I just start maybe from this psychological one, this topic, the first presentation. So I understand that many recommendations from your study, it's to provide also, let's say, support, also psychological support to the volunteers with whom you work and who work for your organization, for institutions. Just maybe question, and one question is what actually the main one, let's say, reason why people want to volunteer, at least those whom you research. What is the main reason they started to volunteer? And also how to, in this positive way, because you analyze this trauma and all these consequences, but kind of what actually are the positive effects, also whether you've seen what it gives to this volunteering, to these volunteers, not only these consequences that they have meeting people who have traumas, but maybe they also have some other, let's say, positive results from this. And I'm thinking whether, so maybe I'll pass the mic, or you have a mic, and can you answer, or, yeah. Yeah, it's включено, здається. Мені здається, що включено, так?
Добре. Proszę Państwa, no, motywacja ma taką tendencję iść na zero zawsze. Bo trzeba szukać nowe czynniki, które tę motywację jakoś aktywizują. Jakieś smysły nowe, jakieś wartości, jakieś organizacyjne rzeczy, tak, polityczne rzeczy. To się tak długo nie może utrzymywać, dlatego że jest adaptacja do wojny. Adaptacja do tych wybuchów, do śmierci. Jest adaptacja do tego wszystkiego. Ja wiem o tym sama. Dlatego, że już nie tak ostro, nie tak traumująco reagujemy na różne rzeczy. Dlatego my zbadali różne czynniki wolontariuszów, które pomagają uchodźcom ukraińskim, i zobaczyli, że tu najpierw trzeba pracować z tymi wolontariuszami, którzy mają psychiczne straty. Oni strażdają też, bo mają i depresję, i taki motywacyjny spadek, i bardzo się skarżą na organizatorów tego ruchu wolontariatu, liderów. I dlatego podjęliśmy taką decyzję, że zrobiliśmy takie treningi i takie badania także z organizatorami różnych społecznych ruchów i wolontarskich organizacji. Tak, żeby dać zrozumieć, że lider to jest pierwszy człowiek, na którego się ta grupa wolontariuszów ma orientować. Tak? No i potem tak, pisali, że nie wiedzą, dokąd idą pieniądze, nie rozumieją, jak te materialne jakieś rzeczy dostarczą do tych ludzi biednych, tak, które wyjechali z różnych terenów. No i dlatego pracowaliśmy bardzo intensywnie nad tym momentem. Zrobiliśmy takie bardzo potężne, metodyczne im książki, pracy. Ja myślę, że to pierwsze w Ukrainie tak było postawione pytanie w takim rakursie, że trzeba coś robić bardzo seriozno, bardzo tak na to zwracać uwagę, że lider musi być takim człowiekiem, który jest odpowiedni na swoim miejscu. Lider wolontariuszskich organizacji, to jest ważne.
Dziękuję bardzo. Ja rozumiem, so maybe switch to English. I understand the challenge, and I think that's also the new situation. I mean, in Ukraine it's 11 years, but in our case in Poland it's like 3 years. That I think we are learning by doing. That actually we have volunteers, and then we understand that they are exhausted and they also need some support. And this is, I mean, I say as a head of organization, actually this is important. So maybe going to the second presentation. It was really interesting results that especially this happiness of people of feeling more satisfied when you are alone. When you are in Ukraine, then comparing to the being abroad and not being under shelling, it was very surprising. I mean, because of the also topic also reflected high-skilled people, but this also somehow transfers to the employability, to the strategies on the labor market, because one thing is, of course, when you are in IDP, so you are in the other part of country, you're in the same country, and you know how the labor market functions. Maybe there are different, not so good job opportunities, but still you can run your own business if it is possible. But if you go abroad, you have different language, all these obstacles. So how this, whether your results also correlate somehow with the intention to be employed in better jobs, because we as a national Polish bank shows from the last year the results are that majority of the highly skilled refugees, they work like on the low skilled jobs, and they have salary which is minimal salary. So that's but it's in fact the strategies also to get to these highly skilled jobs.
Yes, so our project precisely wanted to address these issues, and if I think about the genesis in a way of the program of the project or the idea was we all experienced, I know this is in a way non-comparable, but still it inspired us that after Polish entry to the European Union, and not only Polish but Central European countries, many of our compatriots migrated to Great Britain and other countries, and then also started at a very low position. So this occupational downgrading was really significant, yes. And then this is absolutely and exactly what we observe for Ukrainian forced migrants in Poland. Now we also plan to extend this to other countries. Now we'll study to our countries, and that's also why our idea was to try to do something about it, yes. And then the problem was that, again, it was only concentrated in Krakow. To some extent, maybe this biases our results, because we advertised the program as addressed to those highly skilled who would like to improve their situation. And so in this sense, probably certainly our sample is not really representative. But still, it looks like that given only some rough comparisons of averages, we have not yet arrived to the, let's say, deeper analysis of this second round of the responses. But indeed, it seems that the networking helps a bit, and then somehow the joint impact of networking and other types of training we offered helps a bit, although the problem is that our sample is small, because then the rate of responses is limited. Then also we were not able to provide an extensive, let's say, language training. So again, there is quite a lot of limitations in our study, and we have to say that, but I still believe that it's better to try to do something than not to do anything. Yes? So that's...
Do you know, do you kind of have the monitoring what happened with these people whom you studied in Krakow region?
We have just sent the third wave, but here we don't know anything. Yes, and that we are about to finish the project, but we hope that we will extend that to. So we applied for some additional funding from other institutions, and then if we get, then we will be able to say even more and apply the strategy.
Thank you very much. So, Dr. Popek, it's very difficult topic, I would say, because this is the age of people. It's still officially they are kids, they are children, but very often those children who came sometimes unaccompanied to Poland, in Ukraine, for instance, they are students already, so they feel that they could be independent without parents' supervision, parents' protection. So, and also it's a challenge also for them to be in the Polish school system. So they really have many obstacles to get to be involved, to be in the school system, also to be involved. So maybe I wanted to ask about the also obstacles, if you see them already now, because this is the first year when there is an obligation for this age group to be in the school system. Do you see how they manage in this situation, and whether also the school system, I mean, Professor Fedorovich can say more about the education system, but still, whether you see what are the obstacles for their engagement, but also what helps them, at least. I know that you said about agencies, but maybe you can name some, which is the most important.
Thank you. Yes, where to start? It's just such a broad topic. What I would like you to understand, we research youth 15 to 18. Imagine they are 16, so they arrived when they were 13. They were in the age and they were in the primary school. So what they experienced, migration to Poland, and then transition from primary school to high school in Poland, where you might have heard, those who are not in Polish education system, that high school is much different from primary school. So they spend a lot of time adapting, readapting in a new situation in a new school. What means they spend a lot of time just for their adaptation, integration. But what we are happy to see, those little share of individuals who are still active. And what we're keen to find out, what makes them being active. Is it their agency? Is it the support of a structure? Is it the family? Or is it a school? And if it's a school, let's work with that, right? If it's the family, well, let's support it. Or if it's the agency, let's support it. But if it's a structure like school or the other institution, we have a possibility to work on that on a program and to show the possibilities to being active. What the youth is mostly struggling with, and I think it's not new, it's the lack of integration with peers. So quite poor, weak relationships with Polish peers, if we are talking about refugees in Poland, what again makes it difficult to be, for example, elected by the majority at school to represent the school council, right? And for example, one of our participants, young girl, she said, I came and I always wanted to be in the school council, but I knew that if people would just see my name and surname, which is Ukrainian, they would never vote. They would never vote, and that's again, but they voted. And she is, and that's quite surprising. Yeah.
So thank you for sharing good examples. This is maybe also there are class representatives. Maybe it's also you need to go deeper to have class representatives. Maybe it's easier than
than school representation. But yeah, the last, not the last at least panelist today, yeah, it's very difficult topic. And I think to choose what to ask and how to ask is also was a probably very, very difficult process. I know that Professor Stryk also in PAN, in Polish Academy of Sciences, also they were doing research on the memory on these historical events. And I would say that's very challenging to know all these dates, and especially in Ukraine. I'm just also was curious this comparison to the Polish group, because you have this test group, Polish one, whether the results were better or not. This is one. And I think that's when you ask Poles about Ukrainian history events, I think the blue would be all over, you know? It will be very little of knowledge about Ukrainian history. And maybe that's kind of your recommendation in this very difficult time now in Poland, especially in time of elections, and Ukrainian topic very active, very much used in this campaign, I would say it mildly. So what would be your kind of recommendation, what to do with this?
Yes, it's working. Yeah, I believe in knowledge. It's concerning the last part. But when we are talking about this Polish group, again, the group was students of cultural studies. So not always connected with Ukraine, but cultural studies. And the average percentage of knowledge, or rather unknowledge, was the same. It was about an average 80%. Yeah? 80% of don't know anything about the topics. Question, for example, I think all we were at this room, we know about the Orange Revolution, and it is something obvious for us. No. For young people born about 2006, 2007, 2008, it is old history, like this baptism of Poland. Yeah, it is the same past as this Mieszko I, for example, or Jarosław Mądry. So it is, and we should deal with it. We should know and be aware that this knowledge is really little in Poland, in Polish society also. Here we can even, because we were preparing to this event, and we had a conversation with a journalist, and she asked first, the question was about UPA and Bandera as topics that can be played by Russia propaganda. Also, knowledge is very small about it. Yes, Polish youth knows that it was some kind of organization. In fact, we don't know what was this. There was Bandera, yeah, but who it was, name. Yeah, name from the papers, newspapers. But again, it is then the pool of disinformation which plays on emotions. So if we will talk about even this Bandera, just like, I don't know, the major of group, yeah, without emotional ads, would be like historical person, yeah. And if we start place with emotion, it starts the war, Polish-Ukrainian again, of the past, of the history. And what to do now, especially during election? Stay calm. Try to reveal the fakes. Show the fakes, where the fakes are, yeah, and now I'm also, it's not this research, but I'm involved in the colonial studies. And again, even in our minds, when we are thinking, even educated people, and if it is farther from Ukraine, it's worse, this awareness. So we should start from ourselves and start to patiently and without any sarcastic comments for those people. Yeah, just true, or where is the truth? Yeah, just facts. Maybe just facts. It would be better. Yeah, because we cannot do anything without emotion. Yeah. Difficult, very
difficult. Unfortunately, sometimes facts without support of media and social, and with so much of the money in propaganda, they are really unfortunately hiding and covering the truth and facts. But hopefully we'll manage. I don't know how, but I have only one possibility for one question from the audience. So who is the first? Who will be the one, the only? Oh, we have one and only person who will give it up.
Yeah, at least now I don't have to fight for microphones. It's cool. I have a question or just a thought to Professor Jana Getka. Tell the truth, I'm slightly terrified by the results because it's like staggering. But at the same time, I think that we had something which what we can compare to this situation. There was a COVID situation and huge misinformation connected with COVID. And some countries, I was writing some reports concerning legal reaction to misinformation in Sweden when talking about conspiracy theories about COVID. And what was extremely interesting, this was one of the not so many countries which formed official center for misinformation concerning COVID. In general, do you think something like that on a state level would be a good idea? But then the problem is that we have historical issues here which are not solved by none of the parties. So interpretation of those cases can be once again the start of the conflict, even on the state level. But maybe this is some kind of solution. Thank you.
Obviously, it is a dream, yeah, to have something like this, some kind of organized. Institutionally information center. Again, I made one proposal for grant to that will finish with some institution like this. Yeah, I also keep finger crosses. It will be Polish. Yes, we're talking about history, so it is not about memory. Yeah, so it is difficult to unite it. But I think that, and again, thank you, Professor, and thank you, Foundation, for give us the chance to do it. Because for us, because this research, it was one thing. And the second thing, it was for me, for Halina, and for our group, big experience to understand many facts that we thought about obvious. I can tell you a joke on the end because now maybe after the protocol we called one person Orange Man, yeah? And once I wrote somewhere that Orange do something, and I wrote it in Ukrainian. And my friend told me, no, Orange in Ukraine, it is always only Orange Revolution. And I asked him, really, are you sure about it? If young generation of Ukrainians remembers it, yeah, I won't be so sure, yeah? Maybe it is not 18% of unknowledge, but I am after this surveys, I'm sure that it won't be 100% of society, even not young, but all society who already don't think about or don't know what was the Orange Revolution. Yeah, that was the event that created modern history and modern identity of Ukraine. Yeah, and still it is not recognized. Yeah, so that's why one thing it is a dream to do something like this, and yeah, and I don't remember what I said. So maybe it is time to finish.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your all distinguished presenters, and we stopped in the middle, so it's just the beginning of I hope the further research and discussions. And thank you for the Foundation for the Polish Science for inviting us all here. And
excuse me, I just want to do something in history. We should do international groups. Yeah, and that's why I started to thanks Foundation for it. But it is the chance to create first models of this international cooperation. That's why the program is so important.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to all here for listening, for participating. It was a very interesting panels and a very interesting presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A big thank you to our panelists for insightful discussions and for showcasing the impact of their work. Now I'm pleased to invite the President of the Board of Foundation for Polish Science, Professor Maciej Żylic, to share a few closing remarks.
So don't worry, I will not summarize this, but I can tell you that I know all the subjects because I was a leader of the jury. So I was reading all these applications, but I never imagined the name. I have the names, but I have no pictures. Now I can see who was conducted this research. I am really very pleased. I learned a lot, and of course I am not a specialist in this, but so I was only running those jury, and what was important that we decided as a foundation that nobody from Poland and nobody from Ukraine will judge, will be the experts. So we use diaspora, Polish diaspora and Ukrainian diaspora, those people who know, who can read Ukrainian and Polish language. So this was the one important thing. And the second, they were professors from Canada, from Switzerland, from Germany, Norway. So this was a fantastic discussion. I really love to hear when people are having different thoughts and they are fighting with each other, fighting in a good sense, of course. So thank you for all of this, and of course, I learned a lot. But one sentence from those which I heard, legal deformation. I would say. This is something which I really love because we are collaborating with fantastic lawyers. Our law changed very often in Poland, but I'm seeing and I'm understanding what you were thinking about. So thank you for coming. Thank you for all this discussion, and have a safe trip back, especially for those from Ukraine. And I think the program is working very well. And I'm looking for the future that we can change the program to the subject of returning grants. Thank you very much. To Ukraine.
So, I would like to thank you all for your participation, both in person and online, and for being a part of this important conversation. Together we can continue to foster the spirit of collaboration between our nations, particularly in supporting science for the future. Thank you. I wish you all peace and inspiration for great scientific ideas. Дякую. Thank you, and I hope to see you in the future. Thank you.